Sweet Home. Prologue. Essington, Durham, England. 14 years ago. Molly, come to me, sweetheart. I have something to tell you. My grandma was in the front room of our small house, sitting on her old brown armchair with her head in her hands. I moved forward and looked around the room. My daddy wasn't yet back from the pub. He was always in the pub since the scary lady that was sometimes on the television shut down the mines the year I was born, and my daddy got sad. Grandma told me. My grandma lifted her head and smiled a sad smile. My grandma had the kindest smile that I'd ever seen. She could light up the room with just one grin. I loved my grandma so much. As I walked closer, I noticed she was holding an old picture of Mammy. Mammy died when I was born, and Grandma and Daddy just get upset whenever I ask about her, so I don't ask anything anymore. I still make sure to kiss her picture beside my bed every night, though. Grandma said Mammy will see me doing that from heaven. Come here, my little mollypops. Sit on my lap, she said, waving for me to come to her, placing the picture frame on the red carpeted floor. I dropped my pink rucksack on the floor, walked over, and jumped up onto her lap. She smelled of mint. She always smelled of mint. I knew it was to hide the smell of her cigarettes that she sneaked out into the alley to smoke. She made me laugh as she scurried out every morning, still wearing her pink rollers in her gray hair and her purple house apron. I put one of my hands on her cheek. She looked upset. Grandma, what is it? She took my small hand in hers, and I jumped at how cold it felt. I rubbed it between my hands and kissed her on her cheek to make her feel better. She told me that my sweet kisses could make any problem in the world just that little bit easier. The room was so quiet, and the only sound came from the crackling of the log fire and the loud tick-tocking of the grandfather clock. Grandma always had on music from years and years ago, and we would dance in front of the fire. There was no music playing today, though, and the house felt dull and sad. I stared at the big hand on the clock and saw that it was on the 12, the little hand was on the 4. I struggled to remember what my teacher, Mrs. Clark, had told us in class. My eyes closed tightly as I tried to think. They opened as I gasped. It was 4 o'clock. Yes. It was 4 o'clock. Daddy would be back soon. I tried to wriggle off Grandma's lap to run to the door to wait for my daddy as he walked through the gate. He always hugged me and twirled me around before telling me I was the prettiest girl in the world, just like my Mammy. It was my most favorite part of the day. I slipped off my grandma's knee, but she grabbed my arm. Grandma, what are you doing? Daddy will be coming soon. He needs his daily hug. Grandma sucked in a deep breath and water began dropping from her eyes. Grandma, why are you crying? Please don't be sad. Do you need a sweet kiss? Will that make you feel better? Grandma crushed me to her chest, my glasses nearly falling off my nose, and the material of her apron scratched against my cheek. I scrunched up my face to stop the itch. She pushed me back and fell to her knees. Her sad eyes were the same height as mine now. Molly, I need to tell you something that will make you very, very sad. Do you understand me? Yes, Grandma. I'm 6 now. I'm a big girl. I understand lots of things. Mrs. Clark said that I'm the cleverest girl in my whole class, maybe even the school. Grandma smiled at me. It didn't reach her eyes, though. It wasn't a full smile. Daddy said only full smiles show you're really happy. You shouldn't waste a full smile on something that didn't make you super joyful. You are clever, sweetheart, though I don't know who you got that from. You'll go far. You're destined to leave this sorrowful life and make something of yourself. It's what your mammy and your daddy would have wanted. She sniffed and removed her pink handkerchief from her pocket. It had red rose embroidery all over it. I'd picked the material at the market 2 weeks ago. We made one for her and one for me, a matching set, just like Grandma said we were. She dabbed the handkerchief to her red nose as she stared out the window, before her eyes seemed to change. And she looked at me again. Now, Molly, you need to take a big brave breath, okay, just like I've shown you. I nodded and breathed in for 5 seconds through my nose, holding my stomach, and blew slowly out for 5 through my mouth. Good girl, she praised, rubbing my cheek with her thumb. Grandma? Where's Daddy? He's late. He's never late. He was always home to see me after school. He always smelled of mucky beer, though, but he'd always smelled like that. It wouldn't be Daddy if he didn't. Molly, something happened to Daddy today, she told me with a shaky voice. Is he poorly? Should we make him some tea for when he gets home? Tea makes everyone feel better, doesn't it? Grandma? You always tell me that, I said, beginning to feel a strange, funny swirling in my tummy at the peculiar way she was looking at me. She shook her head as her lip wobbled. No, sweetie. Tea won't be needed today. You see, God decided to take your daddy to heaven this morning to be with the angels. I tipped my head back to look up at the ceiling. I knew that God lived way up above us in the sky. I could never see him, though, no matter how hard I tried. Why would God take Daddy away from us? Are we bad people? Was I too naughty? Is that why God didn't want me to have a mammy or daddy? My grandma held me close, her nose tucked into my long brown hair. No, Molly Pops, never, ever think that. God just felt sad that your daddy missed your mammy so much. He decided it was time for them to be together again. He knew you were brave and strong enough to live without them both. I thought about that as I sucked on my thumb. I always suck my thumb when I'm scared or nervous. Grandma smoothed the hair back from my face. I want you to know that nobody on this whole planet loved each other as much as your mammy and daddy. When mammy died, Daddy didn't know what to do. He loved you so much, but he also missed her. When the lady on the TV, Margaret Thatcher, I interrupted. We'd learned about her at school. Not many people liked her in my town. They called her nasty names. She made a lot of people very sad. Grandma smiled. Yes, Margaret Thatcher. When Mrs. Thatcher closed the mines, your daddy no longer had any work and it made him very unhappy. Daddy tried for a very long time to make money and buy us a better house. But he'd only ever worked in the mines and didn't know how to do anything else. Her eyes squeezed shut. Today. Daddy died, sweetie. He's gone to heaven and he's not coming back to us. My lip began to tremble and I felt tears sting my eyes. But I don't want him to go. Can we ask God to bring him back? What will we do without him? A heavy feeling spread in my chest and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I reached for my grandma's hand, and my voice went all croaky. There's no one but us now, is there, Grandma? You're all I have left. What if he takes you too? I don't want to be on my own. I'm scared, Grandma. A loud scream ripped from my throat. I don't want to be on my own. Molly, Grandma whispered as she cuddled me close, and we dropped to the floor, crying in front of the fireplace. My daddy was gone. My daddy was in heaven. He was never, ever coming back. Chapter 1. The University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa, United States of America. Present day. I was so bloody late. I puffed out short, ragged breaths as I ran across the sprawling University of Alabama campus, trying my hardest not to fall flat on my face. My hands were full to the brim with printouts of the philosophy course syllabus I'd been ordered to copy over an hour ago, the first task of my TA duties. Class was literally about start, but my seemingly endless run of bad luck ensured that the printer in the staff reprographics room decided to break down halfway through my order with a melodic swan song of a pathetic high-pitched wheeze and a stuttering poof of mechanical smoke. The print room was on the other side of the college, which led me to my current predicament, rushing across the humongous quad in my non-athletic worthy orange Crocs in the blistering Tuscaloosa sauna from hell, or as it more commonly known, a typically hot summer's day. I caught a brief glimpse of myself in the reflection of a glass door. Not good. Not good at all. My brown hair resembled the frizzy coat of a miniature poodle, the sweat on my nose was currently encouraging. My wide, black-framed standard-issue British National healthcare glasses to kamikaze bomb off my face, and my short denim dungarees and white t-shirt felt like a boiler suit. England's constant overcast skies were pretty appealing right now. Nothing today seemed to be going right, the defective printer being the second of my mounting misfortunes, my crazy friend's harassment of me this morning being the first. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Toga, toga, toga. Lexi chanted loudly as she and Cass sat on my bed, laughing at me despairing in my makeshift toga, pumping their arms in the air to each word, whooping afterwards. I look horrendous, I complained, attempting to adjust the sheet in numerous positions to cover my usually private areas. You look hot. Your tits are unreal, all perfect and round, Cass tried to compliment, hands out, pretending to squeeze my breasts. I'm tellin' ya, Malls. I'm not usually a pussy taster, but I could make an exception for you in that getup. Shit, you got some delicious curves, girl. Cass. I reprimanded harshly, rolling my eyes. Do you have to say things like that? Turn it down a notch, would ya, darlin'? You look great. You're coming tonight, no backing out. Don't make me drag you there, because I will, if I have to. But, shit. We promised you a fun college life, not a repeat of the fucking whack one you had back in England. The full experience starts tonight. Oxford wasn't that bad. And how does this so-called experience go? First, I have to join a bloody sorority. Then what? Drug cocktails, falling out of clubs trashed. Of my face? That could be arranged, but it mainly just involves lots of men, sex, orgies, orgasms, O, and G-spot. Experimentation. You know, the stuff you really go to college for, Cass said with complete sincerity. I came to college to study, Cass, not to whore myself out to drunken frat boys. She guffawed. Whatever, darlin', you won't be thinking of studying when your ankles are wrapped round some stud's neck as he wears you like a necklace, tickling your belly button from the inside. Knowing Cass would just wave of any response, even if I could think of one to that, I walked to my brown reclining chair and slumped into the soft cushion, head in my hands. What the hell have I let myself in for with you two? You've let yourself in for the time of your life, Lexi said sagely. Lifting my head, I peered through my hands at my two smug friends, who were watching me with amusement. You're going to make me go to this sodding party tonight, aren't you? Lexi climbed of the bed and jumped on my lap, throwing her skinny arms around my neck. Of course. We are, honey. You're one of us now. I cracked a reluctant smile. So it seems. Cass joined us on the chair, crushing me until I squealed under their combined weight. Get that toga of so I can stitch it together for you, go to class, and when you get back, we can let the fun begin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They say bad things happen to you in threes. I'd had 2 already. Only 1 to go. I kept up my dizzying pace, almost to the point of passing out, through the double doors of the humanities block, beelining for the lecture halls, and headed straight for Professor Ross's classroom, my mind relentlessly teasing me with visions of dodgy dancing togas parading before my eyes. Too lost in my fluster, I didn't notice the small group of students that was heading around the corner. But, alas, that soon changed when the ultra-glossed redhead at the front smacked straight into me, seemingly on purpose, my stack of papers falling from my hands and scattering all over the white-tiled floor. Oops. Watch where you're goin', honey, she sang bitchily. Maybe you need stronger glasses or something. And there's the third stroke of bad luck. I bent to my knees without looking up, when I heard raucous, mocking laughter, obviously directed at me. I instantly felt as if I were back in high school, the popular kids picking on the nerd. I never spoke up. I'd always just ignored people's snippy taunts over my cheap clothes, lack of money, or any other jibe they wanted to throw my way, so I simply growled under my breath and set to organizing the mass of papers into a haphazard pile. The door to the lecture theater clicked shut, and satisfied that I was in the safety of my own company, I spat out, fucking arseholes, a bit louder than I intended and cringed as it ricocheted all the way down the wide, cavernous corridor. I didn't often curse but felt justified at that moment, and it felt rather cathartic too. Even in the vocabulary-rich world of academia, sometimes only the word fuck will suffice. I grabbed the papers in my arms, shaking my head, and stood, my bloody glasses, in the process, falling clean off my face and clattering to the floor. I sighed in defeat and decided that I really shouldn't even have bothered getting out of bed this morning. A short burst of laughter sounded behind me, making me jump, and a warm hand gripped my upper arm, twirling me around, slipping my glasses back onto my face. I squinted repeatedly, and when my vision righted, I Was met with a broad chest covered by a sleeveless dark red t-shirt, the white writing reading, Crimson Tide. Football. Can you see now? I followed the sound of the deep southern drawl, and before me was a sun-kissed true Bama boy, long, dirty blonde hair to his jaw-line, eyes of a deep, dark brown, framed by long inky lashes, and he towered over me. Maybe 6'3" to my 5'5" height. I couldn't help but suck in a breath. He was gorgeous. Really bloody gorgeous. I shook myself from my daze and snatched the papers from his hands, trying to shuffle around him, needing to get away and regain some semblance of composure, or maybe dignity, seeing as though I'd been pretty much stripped of it over the last couple of hours. Grabbing my wrist as I passed, Mr. Crimson Tide Football asked, "Hey, why okay?" I tried to relax and not be rude. He'd helped me after all, but my nerves were shot, the touch of his rough, calloused hand on my skin only making things worse. I decided to chalk this unusual reaction up to dehydration, or an acute case of togophobia. Shoulders slumping, I replied, "I'm fine." "You sure?" I blew out a long breath, meeting his lovely chocolate eyes, catching the almost bluey-black flecks surrounding the iris. You ever have one of those days when everything just turns into an absolute bloody nightmare? I stressed the last 3 words slowly. He expelled a loud huff and pulled an amused expression, his full lips pouting into a crooked smirk and his slightly off-center nose scrunching with the movement. "Haven't one myself, actually." "Then that makes 2 of us." I couldn't help but crack a reluctant grin in return. Tightening my hold on my stack of papers, I said, "Thank you for stopping to help me. It was very nice of you." Bronzed, bulky arms folded over his huge chest, and he was notably tickled at my nervousness. Nice? Not normally what people say when they're talking about me. With that, he walked away, leaving me alone in the wide hallway. I turned to head to class, and the guy looked back at me over his shoulder, announcing roughly, "I'm Rome." "Molly," I said quickly. Rome's teeth dragged over his bottom lip as he nodded slowly, regarding me from head to toe with an unusually deep intensity. Then without another word, he entered the philosophy classroom. After taking a moment to gather my wits, I proceeded to shoulder through the entrance, where automatically several sets of eyes fixed onto me. I edged in farther, feeling slightly Bridget Jones-esque in my disastrous arrival. Professor Ross eyed me harshly and I grimaced as I approached her desk, laying down the course syllabi and twiddling with my fingers in utter embarrassment. She waved me over to stand beside her at the lectern. I did as she requested and lifted my head to the class, who were all watching the newbie Brit make an absolute tit out of herself. The professor pointed in my direction and spoke in her posh Queen's English accent, looking like an old boarding school marm in her 2-piece brown tweed suit, gray hair in a tight French twist, and tiny half-lens glasses. "I would like to introduce you all to Molly. She, like me, is also from England, and she has agreed to study for her master's degree at this fine college and continue in her dual role of being my research assistant for a journal that I'm currently writing for an academic periodical, and my teaching assistant for this class. I have known Molly for a few years now and couldn't think of anyone better to experience this sabbatical year in the States with me. As you will all soon discover, she is quite the exceptional young lady." The professor moved aside, gesturing me to address the class with a wave of her hand. "Molly, why don't you say a few words to your new classmates?" I took a deep breath and stepped to the lectern, lifting my eyes guardedly. "Hey, everyone. Like Professor Ross said, I've moved to Alabama from England to study for my master's in philosophy with the aim of starting my PhD next year to achieve my ultimate goal of becoming a professor." My eyes scanned the rows. There were about 30 people in total in the small lecture hall. I have loved religious philosophy for as long as I can remember, and I'm happy to be here to help Professor Ross in the lectures and seminars and try to make the wonderful world of philosophy just that little bit more interesting. I'll be happy to answer any questions about. I have one. I followed the sound of the voice that cut me off, and it led me to the redhead from the hallway, who was sitting right next to Rome. "Why the hell would you want to be a professor in philosophy? Don't you think it's a bit of a waste of your life?" I was used to this question. Why not philosophy? Everything in life, on earth, can be questioned. Why, how can that be? To me, the mystery of life and the universe is inspiring. The vastness of unanswered questions floors me, and I love immersing myself in the academic journey of scholars both ancient and new. She sputtered a laugh. "How old are you, honey?" 20. I nervously looked around the room, seeing lots of wide eyes focused on me. 20. And you're already on your master's? Well, yes. I went to university a year young. I tested out of high school early. Damn, girl, you need to stop being so damn serious and learn to live a little. Life's not all about studying, it's about having fun. Lighten the hell up. She shook her head in bewilderment, her long hair bouncing perfectly with the movement. "I swear I'll never understand girls like you." Several students shuffled uncomfortably in their seats at her candid comments. The redhead seemed pleased with herself. I'm sure in her opinion, her second attempt at tearing me down had worked. "Girls like me?" I queried, only a slight edge to my voice. A set of expensive-looking pearly white veneers almost blinded me as she smiled bitchily. "Bookworms, nerds. Wannabe professors." I narrowed my eyes in response, trying to maintain a professional attitude, gripping the wood of the lectern at her shitty tone, and swiftly decided to screw professionalism. I was going to fight back. I'd had a crap day so far, tonight would be worse, so I decided to fully commit to having the ultimate day from hell. Studying and knowledge, I believe, gives a person power, not money or status or what designer you wear, I said coolly. Really? You actually believe that? Of course I do. Opening your mind to unknown possibilities and learning how other cultures function. What they believe, gives people a richer, more holistic understanding of the human condition. Philosophy offers answers to an array of questions. For example, why do some people coast through life with ease, devoid of all compassion for others, whilst others, good, caring, and honest humans, are dealt blow after blow but somehow find the inner strength to carry on? Don't you think if more people took the time to be conscientious to mankind's troubles, then maybe the world would be a better place? The girl flicked her hair nervously, no answer to my question, her ruby-red lips tightening as she stared at me in annoyance. That is why I study over getting drunk every night. The world deserves to have people who think of others before themselves, that strive to be less selfish and superficially concerned. I glared at her and announced in a pseudo-friendly voice, I hope that offers you some insight to why I want to be a professor. It's who I am and I'm very proud of that fact. Fuck. That told you, Shelley. Schooled, a gruff male voice muttered, causing the rest of the class to break the heavy silence with laughter. My head whipped up when I realized it came from Rome, slouched low in his seat, feet up, and currently laughing to himself, the rest of the class joining in. A deep sense of satisfaction settled in my stomach. Shelley's mouth gaped and she abruptly ended the conversation with a dismissive, whatever. Good luck fitting in round here acting like that. Professor Ross tapped me on the shoulder and whispered in my ear to quickly hand out the course syllabus before the class finished. I could tell she was pissed off at my behavior. I swiftly grabbed the papers off the oak desk and began handing each one out along the rows of students as the professor explained how she would grade papers and the rules and standards of her classes. I'd made it to the final row of seats and immediately saw Rome staring right at me, an unexplainable glimmer in his eyes. He dipped his head in greeting with a hard line to his mouth. I gave a quick flash of a smile. Shelley edged closer to him, never taking her eyes off mine. Judging by the positioning of her body, legs bent, touching his, her ample chest brushing against his arm, she and Rome were obviously very friendly. I moved to hand the last sheet out to Shelley when she trilled, "Nice shoes, Molly. Do all future philosophy professors have such fantastic taste in fashion?" Students snickered at my expense. I glimpsed down at my budget-friendly Crocs, viewed her fancy gold, no doubt expensive, gladiator sandals, and sighed sadly through my nose. Rome instantly pushed her leg away from his thigh and spat, "Quit it, Shell. Why'd you have to be such a fucking bitch all the time?" His remark also effectively silenced the rest of the room, the take-no-shit attitude causing the class to turn away from my awkwardness and cower in their seats to avoid his unwanted attention. Shelley folded her arms and slumped in a sulk. Rome ignored her petty attitude and lifted his eyes back to me, flicking his chin. "You really believe what you said just now?" "Which part?" He shifted awkwardly on his chair, his fingers combing roughly through his messy blonde hair. "'Bout life bein' unfair. 'Bout philosophy givin' answers to why some people get dealt shit and others don't." Vehemently, I replied with unwavering certainty. He nodded slowly, upturning his bottom lip, seeming almost impressed. I swung away with urgency in my step and dropped into the seat behind the TA's desk at the side of the room. I kept my head low while the class was dismissed. "Molly." I lifted my head to find the professor standing before me, censure on her wrinkled face. "Care to explain what happened just now? It was so out of character." "Susie." Professor Ross in class, Molly. What's come over you?" Grimacing, I said, "Sorry. My head is all over the place at the moment." "You haven't answered my question." As I met her stern stare, I could see not only disappointment at my lack of professionalism in her aged eyes, but also a flicker of worry. I sighed. "Just a bad day. Nothing more. It won't happen again." Susie dropped her arms, her reprimand of my behavior forgotten. Don't let people like that young lady affect you. Never make excuses for who you are. A smile spread on my face. Thank you, Professor. Lesson learned. She just, I don't know, got to me for some reason. I could see that. But next time, block her out. Just ignore it. I nodded in agreement. Now, why don't you get yourself home? Thanks, Professor. I grabbed my brown leather satchel from the back of my chair and walked out of class. Rome was in the hallway with a skinny blonde girl's arms wrapped around his neck, her chest flush against his red football shirt as he attempted to wheel her off with an exasperated expression on his face. I froze in my tracks, feeling incredibly awkward at the situation. But, why not? You never refuse me, the blonde whined as she reluctantly let go of Rome's neck, crossing her arms and stamping her cream wedge-heeled foot in protest. Things change, Rome stated harshly, pushing her back from his body. Change? You? Since when? Since right fucking now. You're not required anymore. With an outraged cry, the blonde made her exit and Rome ran his palm down his face, looking beyond agitated, pressing his forehead dejectedly against the wall. Taking advantage of his turn back and with my firmly head down, I silently hurried past him, only breathing again when I'd successfully slipped by unnoticed. As I walked through the doors into the bright summer's day, I couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed that Rome was obviously one of those guys, a player, heartbreaker, every inch the typical bad boy. With looks like that, it wasn't exactly surprising. Chapter 2. Tell me once again why the hell I'm parading around with a bed sheet loosely wrapped around my almost exposed tits and arse? I asked a bit louder than necessary, as my friends and I headed for the dreaded initiation night at our chosen sorority. Lexi stopped on the spot and pulled me by my arm around to face her. Because, I will finally become a cheerleader, goddammit, and this is the easiest way in. Head cheer bitch runs this whole sorority, and I intend to rub shoulders with her and use it to my own advantage. I've tried for 3 years without being in a sisterhood and nada. This is my last year to try, so quit that mouth and let's get to it. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. We're too old for this shit. We're all senior age, upperclassmen. Why the hell do they want us to join their chapter? Because, she said with an exasperated tone, they're down on their quotas for upperclassmen and transfers, that's us. A scowl set on her impressively white face. Lexi was a 5'0" goth, complete with overly svelte figure, black pixie-cut hair, pure white makeup and black kohl liner on her eyes and lips. She was the absolute antithesis of a stereotypical cheerleader, but she had this crazy dream that she would one day top the pyramid at a football game. I, her roommate, had been drafted in to be a support. Well, me and Cass, the larger-than-life near 300-pound blonde Texan, who was trailing behind, scoping out which boys she'd like to devour tonight. As always, Cass was wearing her staple white Stetson and black leather cowboy boots, along with her sorority-required tight toga, that looked like a pillowcase, that she'd been catapulted into. As I looked at the three of us together, I couldn't help but think that we were not exactly going to fit in with the athletically beautiful Southern belles waiting for us on the other side of the large white door. On the first week of my stay here, rush week, we had Been pinned, in the badge-wearing sense, by an overeager brunette. Weeks of selections had passed, and we were told to attend tonight for official initiation. Lexi saw this as a divine message from her cheerleading loving Almighty God. I saw it as cruel and unusual punishment. Cass stood before us and asked, "What's up, bitches? Are we headin' to this jig or what? I wanna see what. Prime beef is on offer. Mama's taco needs a good OL. Fillin'. And she slapped her crotch to exaggerate her point. When I arrived a month ago, I was immediately housed in a university apartment on campus, and the only room available was with these two girls. I instantly loved them, no airs, graces, and completely proud of their identities. They took me under their southern wings and we immediately bonded. However, on introduction to these fine ladies, I did not realize that this all for one for all the motto we'd adopted would land me in Walmart. Value zero count cotton, all to help my emo pageant queen friend achieve her pom-pom fantasy. I'd gone from a life of solitude, 18-hour library sessions, and snooty silver service dinners at Oxford, to being dressed in a sheet that was meant to resemble the fashions of ancient Rome. It didn't. Not even close. Cass pulled a hip flask of moonshine from some hidden crevice in her snug-fitting toga and took a long swig. Woo! Feel the burn, honey, she sang, dipping back and slapping her chunky thigh. She ran her tongue over her teeth, licking off any last drops, and passed the flask first to Lexi, who, after she swallowed, danced around on the spot, squealing and shaking her arms, and then handed it to me. I took a tentative, tiny sip and felt my eyes fall out of their sockets. Oh my gosh, Cass! How can you drink that? I spat, while running my hands along my throat, trying to soothe the burn. Cass had transformed a section of her bathroom into a moonshine distillery. She loved the stuff. Are you kidding me? It's like drinking mama's milk. And I love the buzz. She elongated the word and acted as though electricity were zapping across her skin. Then took her chewing tobacco from her hidden purse and stuffed it in her bottom lip. I rolled my eyes at her antics and handed back the flask. With linked arms, we headed into the fiery pits of hell. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The foyer of the Delta Epsilon Nu Omega Beta Pi Kappa, who gives a shit, was massive. A large oak staircase dominated the entrance of the imposing red brick mansion, and the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling looked as though they belonged in the palace of Versailles. We were immediately ushered like cattle into a sprawling back room by the sorority sisters. The pledges were buzzing with excitement on hearing that we would soon meet the elusive president. It amazed me how one person could cause such a frenzy. The sorority sisters told us to be quiet, and with a dramatic drum roll, courtesy of a sister tapping her hands on a table, the president swept through a set of double doors with serious dramatic flair to set the night in motion. I instantly tensed. It was Shelley, massively dolled up and sporting a very tight, short yellow dress. Welcome, pledges. You're all here tonight to attend the final initiation of this respected and first-class sorority. All in this room will find yourself part of a tight sisterhood and a family while you are here at college and for the rest of your life. She began pacing in front of the crowd. Tonight is about having fun. But before the party starts, we've decided to give you one little task, to prove just how much you want to be here. Foreboding filled my stomach at the smug grin on her face. The task is really quick and easy, she stated as she drew to a stop beside a table covered in a black sheet. With a giggle, she tossed the sheet back, revealing the surprise underneath, lines and lines of blindfolds. Shelley strutted before each and every one of us, her beady eyes assessing each of her victims, and they tightened somewhat when they landed on me. My, Molly. What's this? I thought you didn't find this kind of thing fun. Maybe you think joining a sorority helps you better understand the human condition, huh? I closed my eyes and breathed in slowly through my nose, ignoring the questioning looks from Cass and Lexi. I seriously disliked that girl. With a smug smile and a chimed laugh, Shelley continued. For the initiation task, we will be using brothers from our linked fraternity. You will be blindfolded and will have to kiss, with tongues, a fellow Greek brother and guess the food they've just eaten. It's not a lot to show your commitment, and we will all get a great laugh from it. She tossed her shampoo advert-worthy hair to the rest of the sorority sisters, who all giggled in response. Bugger. I didn't like the sound of this. I grabbed Lexi's arm and leaned in close. I thought you said hazing wasn't allowed anymore due to some recent scandal or something. Look at those blindfolds. This is going cause us all to be completely humiliated, that certifies as friggin' hazing. I can't do this, Lexi. I'm way out of my depth here. Lexi hit me with her black-rimmed puppy dog eyes. Please, Malls. For me, it's not exactly bad hazing, it's just a kiss with a guy, for God's sake. I dropped my head and groaned. There was no use fighting her. She'd only cry on me again, giving me a guilt trip. You totally owe me one. Walk to the table and take a blindfold. We'll put you in a line and the guys will be brought in, Shelley sang, thoroughly enjoying herself at our expense. We did as commanded, and after a few minutes, I heard the door click open and several pairs of feet shuffle into the room. I sensed someone stand before me and nearly puked at the stench. He had liquor and strong, putrid body odor humming out of his pores. Disgusting. When I tap y'all on the shoulder, make out, guess the food correctly, and you'll be in. Simple, Shelley informed with a gleeful lilt. I could tell I was at the end of the line because when I waved a hand out beside me, all I felt was thin air. I would be the last pledge last to go. The distinct sound of slurping tongues and girls making guesses filled the room, and a chorus of sorority sisters emitting bitchy laughs mid-process came from every direction. I could feel my pulse racing in nervous apprehension. And my hands fidgeted, betraying my burgeoning panic. Time seemed to still as my turn approached. The frat guy smelled bad. But I'd do it for Lexi. A light tap on my back signaled that it was my turn. I braced myself and leaned forward, only to feel a rush of air pass my head and a loud crash come from the side. Male laughter echoing around me. Move, Macmillan. I think you're in my spot, a voice drawled. Ah and no. BB Bullet. Shelley said. Macmillan slurred from the direction of the floor, semi-coherently. I don't give a shit what she said. Go and get a fucking drink, or pass out, or something. You get me? The menace in this bullet guy's voice was unmistakable. I get you. I get you, man. I had no clue what was going on or who would be fighting over kissing me. This day just kept getting weirder. And weirder by the second. Wait. Mac has to, Shelley shouted. Shut the fuck up, Shell. His tone left no room for argument, and Shelley fell silent. I was busy chewing on my thumbnail, a nervous habit I adopt in uncomfortable situations, when the new frat guy moved before me, smelling deliciously better than the previous person, summer, soap, and mint. It was familiar, comforting, enticing. A large, calloused hand pulled my thumb from my mouth and placed it on a hard waist. My fingers crept along the cotton-like fabric covering his torso, identifying the ridges of hard muscle and defined abdominals. Underneath, blindfolding was definitely a sensory awakening. You smelled, felt, and heard so much more. Hands grasped both sides of my face and I could feel the moment he began to move in towards me, only to suddenly caress my lips, teasingly, softly with his own. Without warning, my captor expelled a frustrated groan, dropping any gentleness, and his eager, wet tongue invaded my mouth, dueling against mine, fighting for control. I gave it over gladly. There was no other choice. I'd never felt anything like it. With every passing second, the kiss grew more frenzied, more intense, and I could clearly taste the cool flavor of mint. The food or flavor I had to identify was mint. I could taste it all over his mouth, in every corner, and along the surface of his full lips. I suddenly broke from my lust and remembered where I was, in a room full of people, and before I lost myself completely to his touch, I pulled my thoughts back in check and reluctantly went to break the connection. I withdrew my tongue first, holding on to his wrists, and his hands remained fixed on each side of my face. My lips slid from his, but I licked along the seam to relish in the last of his taste, earning me a satisfied grunt. I tried to catch my breath and noticed that for the first time the room was absolutely silent. My captor's hands tightened on my cheeks in an unyielding, dominating vice, and his hot, sweet breath fanned across my cheek in rapid, shallow pants. I cleared my throat and announced quietly, "It's mint. The flavor in his mouth is." My answer was interrupted with a low groan and the frat guy's lips smashed back onto mine with a lot more enthusiasm than before, his tongue immediately darting back in my mouth. Soft hair, smelling of wood and forest, tickled my nose as his face pressed against mine almost to the point of pain. He moaned with each strike of his tongue and delved deep like he was devouring the best dessert in the world. I couldn't do anything but reciprocate. My hands lifted to wrap in his hair, long, soft hair, and I tangled it into my fists, earning a wicked, hard growl as we grappled with each other to get even closer. I had no idea how long we kissed, but I thought my heart would leap out of my chest the longer it went on. He controlled, I obeyed, and we both basked in each other's embrace. The moment I felt one of his hands move to ghost down my neck, somebody yanked on my shoulder and the hand cradling my face slackened. Enough. What the hell, Rome? Get off her, now. Shelley trilled, her voice sounding remarkably like nails scratched down a chalkboard. My blindfold was tugged from my eyes, and when the cover of darkness dropped, Rome was before me, as in right before me, the tips of our noses almost touching. He was dressed in the same clothes as earlier, ignoring Shelley, pitching a fit beside us, and staring at me with an expression of blatant want. "Hey, mole," he rasped, all the time glancing from my eyes to my swollen lips and back again. "Hey, you," I whispered back, unable to find any other words in my frazzled brain. Rome leaned in once more, like gravity pulled us in. And my chin instinctively tilted in response. Shelley reached for Rome's arm, jerking him back several feet, but still, he did not break our strange little staring contest. "Hey," she screamed sharply and slapped his cheek with considerable force. That got his attention and earned reactive gasps of shock from everyone in the room. Dropping his repositioned hands from my face, Rome grabbed her wrist, gently but firmly, and spoke through gritted teeth, a terrifying sneer on his face. "Don't fucking hit me. Ever. Again." Shelley's eyes widened at his harsh and threatening warning while others in the room stared at me like I was a science experiment gone wrong. "It was mint," I blurted out, Shelley whipping her neck to face me. Rome tasted of mint. "That's what you wanted. Right, for this ridiculous initiation task." Even to my ears. My words sounded ice-cold as I stared Shelley down, trying to dissipate the crackling atmosphere that had descended over the room. Rome's hard, angry gaze focused on mine, and I momentarily lost my breath. No one had ever made me feel like this before, and I began to panic at my unfamiliar attraction towards him. His mouth tightened into a hard line and his nostrils flared as if he could smell my intense attraction. "She's right. I just chewed gum." Ripping his arm from Shelley's hard grip, Rome pushed her back, swiftly turned, and left the room with a hard slam of the door. After several tense seconds, the rest of the frat guys followed suit, and that only left the gawking pledges and sorority sisters regarding me with a cocktail of impressed smirks and astonished expressions. Lexi and Cass came barreling over, excitement radiating from their wide smiles. Lexi held my hand and squeaked, "Molly, do you know who that was?" "Yeah, it was Rome. I met him earlier today, he's in my ethics and philosophy class." Cass snorted. "Hell yeah, it's Rome, but he's more than just a student, Malls." "Okay?" I replied, confused. Lexi leaned in. "Molly, he's a senior and, just so you know, completely unattainable. He's standoffish, all moody and dark, but more importantly, he's the friggin' starting QB for the Tide. Official statistics, 6'3", 235 pounds of solid muscle." Cass added excitedly. "He's a what? For who?" Cass recoiled and placed her hands on her bulging chest. Like I'd just cursed out the Pope. "He's the star quarterback for the Crimson Tide." "Oh, I noticed that was written on his shirt. It's an American football team, right? 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 Ain't they got football in England?" "Yeah, but it's the kind we play with a round ball. Soccer, you guys call it. That and rugby, cricket, tennis. We don't play American football, at least not professionally." Sweet baby Jesus. I can't imagine life without football. No tailgates, BBQs, or hot dog stands. Life would be unbearable. I was brought up by my grandma in a small mining town in the north of England. Her idea of fun was knitting scarves and playing chess. Then I went to Oxford, where I studied 24/7 for my bachelor's degree. Excuse me if football didn't play a huge part of my life. I Tried to joke but felt the familiar anxiety start to rise in me. At just the mention of my old life. I choked it down before. It overwhelmed me. Lexi waved her hand dismissively. Fine, we'll clue you in. Romeo Prince is the starting QB for the Tide, the football team here at UA, and he's definitely heading to the NFL at the end of the year. He was expected to go for the draft twice already, but for some reason decided to stay on and finish college before hitting the big time. You, Molly Shakespeare, have just publicly made out with the most desirable guy on campus. A guy that never commits to anyone. A guy that other guys are shit scared of and girls would gladly give up a lung for. Yeah, you lucky bitch, added Cass, with a gentle punch to my arm. My blank face must have hinted that I still didn't understand the true impact of what had just happened. Cass dramatically rolled her eyes. Let me put this in a way that you can understand. You, Kate Middleton, have just kissed the Prince William of the University of Alabama and possibly all of American collegiate football. The penny finally dropped. So Rome is kind of a big deal around these parts? Their huge grins showed me that sentence was massively understated. Romeo Prince. He's a bit intense, isn't he? I stated. Quietly, remembering his uniquely addictive taste, his possessive hands on my face, and his deep growls of satisfaction. Intensely fuckable. You wanna see him on the football field. Christ, it's something. He loses his cool, a lot. Kicks the shit out of folk when they get in his way, but girls kinda dig that moody thing and he's fucking sex on legs. Cut, gorgeous, tan. Shit, I almost came just thinking about him. I grimaced at Cass's crudeness. She simply shook her head at me in dismissal. But he couldn't get enough. Hey you, girl. I thought he was gonna rip off your clothes. Right there on the spot. He nearly decapitated Mac when he went to kiss you. When he shoved him to the floor, the murderous look on his face was scary as shit. I got chills. She held out her arm and rubbed it to demonstrate. My brows creased as I absorbed what she said. Romeo Prince, I murmured in reverie. He'd kissed me. With such desperation, such raw need, stirred something unknown from deep within me. Yep, and Molly Shakespeare, hey. Romeo and Shakespeare. How hilarious is that? Cass said, getting excited, causing her toga to nearly drop and flash more than I was eager to see. Good Lord. It's meant to be. Lexi laughed, putting her small hand over her mouth. Shelley chose that moment to get in my face, her tight blue eyes boring into mine. Leave this house. Immediately, you slut, she snapped, spraying my face with her spit as she did so. I removed my glasses and wiped away the offending liquid with the bottom of my toga. With pleasure. I don't need this anyway. Coming here was one huge mistake. Cass, Lexi, I'm sorry, but this let's all be sisters love fest is so not for me. I'll see you guys at home. I needed to distance myself from this horrid girl and stop trying to be something I wasn't. I'd tried for my friend. And that's all that mattered. I just needed to put this entire day behind me. By tomorrow, all would be back to normal. Cass whistled, using her fingers pulling everyone's attention. She's in, Shelley. She kissed a guy and guessed what he'd eaten. Don't test me on this, everyone witnessed it. Christ, Malls was blindfolded for fuck's sake. It wasn't like she went after him. With that, she folded her arms across her chest with a threatening look on her face. Shelley's harsh facade dropped for a moment. I couldn't blame her. I'd quiver if I were on the end of Cass's wrath. 2. She's not meant to kiss him. He's meant to be mine. Shelley screamed to her fellow sorority sisters, who just regarded her with varied looks of indifference. I think you'll find that he kissed her, twice, announced a gorgeous brunette who winked at me as she headed in my direction from the back of room. She placed her hand on my shoulder. She's in. Don't contest it or you'll lose, Shelley, she said with a gratified smirk on her lovely face. It's your own fault for making pledges. Do this shit every year, just so you and your lackeys can get your kicks. Only this time it backfired on you. Too bad, I say. Shelley stormed past me, but not before she prodded her finger against my chest. Stay away from him or there'll be trouble, you hear? You've no idea who you're messin' with, no damn idea. She slammed the door as she exited the room. A deathly silence ensued. The brunette addressed the pledges. Congratulations. You're all now part of this fantastic sisterhood, lucky you. Kegs are in the yard. Go enjoy. The pledges filed out of the room with happy grins, leaving Lexi, Cass, and me with the leggy beauty. She wore a short red summer dress and had tanned olive skin, long, dark hair to the middle of her back, and dark brown eyes. She was stunning. Like supermodel stunning. She walked to me and introduced herself with a megawatt smile. Sorry about Shelley. She always gets on a power trip at events like this and she's totally reelin' about your very heated PDA with my cousin. Cousin? I squeaked. She laughed. Yeah, Rome's my cousin, more like a brother really. I'm ally prince. Shelley's wanted to be his girlfriend since we were, like, 10. Just ignore her. I do. She did seem a bit overly possessive of him. Ally guffawed. I don't know why. They've never been together officially. They just sometimes hooked up in the past, though Shelley never tends to get the memo that they're done. Rome's not exactly the monogamous type. He only gives her attention 'cause her daddy and Rome's daddy are business partners. She's exactly who his parents have picked out for his future wife. OL, money types stick together round here. Their folks already act as though they're all engaged. My heart fell a little at that bit of information. He was meant to get engaged to her? Ally reached out to touch my shoulder, amusement exaggerating her features. I've never seen him act like that before, girl. Nor has Shelley. Hence the fact she's having a cow. Even I thought it looked hot, and I'm his cousin and totally not into incest, FYI, she teased. Ally linked my arm with hers. Let's go grab a beer. I can tell you and me are gonna become good friends, Miss Molly, even if it's just so I can watch you torture Shelley. Plus, I'm nominating you for one of the rooms here at the house, your friends too. We only have a few rooms left. But if you move in, Shelley will be constantly pissed, and my year will get a lot more exciting. Chapter 3. 2 hours later, I found myself sat at a picnic table on the lushly landscaped lawn with Cass, Lexi, and Ally. Lexi was sucking up to Ally as much as possible, knowing full well that Ally had been a firm fixture on the varsity cheer squad, grilling her about the tryouts and what they were looking for in the new additions. Cass was busy making googly eyes at the huge Tide player, so she informed me, that stood just to the right in full-on cowboy attire, while sipping on her contraband moonshine. The lack of conversation involving my input allowed my head to drift to one topic only, Rome. He hadn't returned after the kiss. At least, I hadn't seen him at the party, so I assumed he'd gone home. I unfortunately had to admit to myself that I was kind of disappointed by his absence. He'd gotten under my skin with his strange treatment towards me, and I couldn't shake off that kiss. It made me think things that were not part of my usual modus operandi, things involving nakedness, beds, and a hell of a lot of sweat. Refocusing on the conversation, I was dismayed to hear the girls switch topics from cheerleading to their family backgrounds. I decided that this was the perfect moment to take a quick breather. "Hey, Ally, where is the bathroom in this place?" I asked abruptly. "You can use mine, darlin'. It's on the top floor, third. On your right." She fished a key from her purse and placed it in my hand. "I keep it locked so folks can't use it to bang at parties like this." "Good thinking. Thanks. I'll be back in a jiffy." I walked through the patio doors and headed to the main set of stairs, climbing quickly up the 3 flights, trying to ignore the moans and groans emanating from behind closed doors. Ally was right to keep her door locked. It sounded like there was a pack of rutting wolves on every level. I made it to the correct door and turned the key in the lock, shutting it behind me and locking it again for safe measure. I did not want to come out to a live sex show of some eager college freshman on her bed. The room was beautiful. The walls were crisp white. Red linens covered a huge king-sized bed, and there was a large antique desk in one corner. The real winner, however, was her personal balcony. Red gauze curtains flowed in the gentle summer breeze over the open doors, and starlight glittered against the strands of silver thread subtly woven into the fabric. I shook my head at the fact that she had all this and she was still in college. Some people never experienced this level of luxury in an entire lifetime. My father and grandma lived in 4 small rooms their whole lives. I imagined it cost a lot to live here too. That thought snapped me out of my daze, and I began searching for the bathroom as intended. I reached the far side of the room when a dismembered voice from the balcony called out, "Al, that you?" I jumped and held my chest, my heart thundering at the fright. I leaned against the bedpost when the owner of the voice entered the dark room. "Rome." I glanced up to see him staring at me, obviously taken aback by my presence. "This room is off limits, Mole," he said rather curtly as he took a gulp of beer from his brown bottle. Mole. I loved how his tongue rolled around my name. No one had ever called me Mole, but one utterance from his lips had me petitioning to change my name. I straightened nervously, his gruff voice stunting my breath, and dangled the key in the glow of the moonlight. "Yeah, I know. Ally gave me her key to use her bathroom." With a lick of his lips and without another word, he stalked back onto the secluded balcony terrace on his bare feet. I watched him go and scurried to the bathroom. I quickly took care of my needs and stared into the mirror, willing myself to pull it together. I borrowed Ally's brush from the vanity and ran it through my frizzy hair and resecured the knot at the top of my head to contain the mass of brown curls. I spotted her toothpaste and put some on my finger, running it over my teeth, and finally, I straightened my rumpled toga, tightening it over my C-cup breasts and around my curvy behind. The tattoo on my hip wasn't visible, much to my satisfaction, and with a final smoothing of my eyebrows and a plumping of my cheeks with my fingers, I left the safety of the bathroom. I gently clicked the door open and tiptoed towards the exit. I was almost at the door when Rome shouted flatly, "Mole?" I froze on the spot. "Yeah? You wanna hang here for a while, with me?" His voice sounded strained, as though he fought his better judgment by asking me. That made two of us. I wasn't sure I trusted myself with him, at all. "Mole? Yeah, okay." When I stepped out onto the open terrace, I located Rome sitting on a white chair around a patio table, staring through the rails, looking down onto the back lawn of the sorority house with a bored expression on his face. I pulled out a chair opposite and slinked down, trying to see what had him so enthralled. Rome didn't acknowledge my presence until he slid a bottle of Bud in my direction and sipped on his own, slouched low in the chair, his thoughts occupied. I surveyed the balcony behind me, taking in its beautiful decoration of potted bright plants, and when I turned back towards Rome, I was met with the undivided attention of his intense dark brown gaze, and he hooked a small smile on his full lips for the first time since I agreed to keep him company. I took a sip of my drink just to do something with my hands. He remained quiet and leaned his head on his hand that was perched on the arm of the chair. "How long have you worn glasses?" he asked, clearly just to start a conversation. "Since I was about 3, I think. Around then, anyway." "My eyesight has always been shite," I answered, and he turned, staring blankly once more at the crowd below. A bottle smashed on the lower floor and he peeked through railings to check it out. "It's getting loud down there," he mumbled mundanely. "Yeah. Well, you should try walking down the corridors. It sounds like a brothel." I didn't realize college life could be quite so active. He chuckled quietly and held his bottle up in a mock toast. "Welcome to Greek life." I smiled and held up my bottle too, then downed half of it in one drawn-out swig to enable me to survive the guerrilla attack of nerves that were accosting my body. I placed the bottle on the table as Romeo raised an eyebrow. "I like beer," I explained weakly. "I can tell," he answered with that same amused smirk. I blushed and laid my chin on my cupped hand. "So why are you up here hiding out?" Rome hunched his broad shoulders. "Don't feel it tonight." I mock gasped. "Mr. All-Star quarterback doesn't want to mix with his adoring fans?" His demeanor changed from amused to pissed off in an instant, and he proceeded to rip the label from his Bud bottle in frustration. "Well, that didn't take long." "Who told you who I am?" "Lexi and Cass." "Who?" "My roommates, they told me after after we, you know, kissed," he said bluntly, without embarrassment. I fixed my eyes to the red-tiled floor. Yeah. So what did they say about me?" "That you were the Romeo Prince, quarterback extraordinaire for the Crimson Wave, and that you were the Prince William of college football, yada, yada, yada." He stopped in his label destruction and put the back of his hand over his mouth to muffle his laughter. I pursed my lips in annoyance. What? The tide. Huh. It's the crimson tide. Not wave. I shrugged and waved his correction away dismissively. Whatever. Tomato tomato. Well, we'd better keep that between us. It's not tomato tomato round here. It's everything. It's life. And death. He sighed and went back to picking the label. I took a few more sips and announced, "So, Romeo." Cocoa eyes frosted ice cold. "It's Rome." I shook my head, my eyebrows dancing. "Aha. It's Romeo. I've been reliably informed." He scowled at me, his face rigid. "No one calls me that. Mole." "Just like no one calls me Mole," I retorted, and my eyes widened at my uncharacteristic boldness. It earned me a surprised glare. "Touché, Molly." He trailed off, waiting for me to say my last name with an expectant smirk. Molly Shakespeare. Rome drifted closer, mouth tight. "What? Shakespeare. Molly Shakespeare." The annoyance was evident in his intimidating expression. "Are you trying to be funny?" "Nope. Romeo, I'm a Shakespeare, born and bred." He stilled for a moment before he rolled his head back and held his stomach while he boomed out a laugh. His red shirt lifted slightly, showing a line of his tanned, hard stomach. "That's not the only weird thing about our names," I announced nervously. "Really? 'Cause things have been all kinds weird since meeting you today. I'm not sure I understand what it all means yet." He furrowed his brow and shook his head. "Well, get a one-way ticket to Freakyville, my friend." "Because my middle name, Romeo, is Juliet," I rushed out, tapping my fingers on the glass-topped table. Rome's drink froze mid-air and his tongue caught between his teeth. "Are you serious?" "Yep, my dad thought it would be a fitting tribute to our family surname." He tipped his head to the side, regarding me with a curious expression. "Very fittin'. Yeah, but at the same time kind of embarrassing." "Well, Shakespeare, you gonna treat me differently now, too? Now that you know I'm Romeo Bullet, Prince?" "Bullet?" My nose scrunched in confusion. Scratching his hand across his forehead, he said, "Yeah. Football nickname. 'Cause of my arm." I regarded him blankly. "My throwing arm?" My expression didn't change. Rome pointed at himself. "Quarterback. Quarterbacks throw the ball, in football, to the other players. They control the game." "If you say so," I said with a smile and a shrug. "Shit, you really know nothing about football, do you?" He genuinely was flabbergasted. I could see that in his expression. "Nope. And no offense, I don't want to either. It doesn't interest me. Sports and I don't mix." With a scrape on the red-tiled floor, Rome shifted his chair around the table to be closer to mine and leaned on his hand to face me. "I like that you know nothing about football. It'll be a change, talkin' to someone about something other than the new blitz defense or spread formation." "I love that you have no clue what I'm talking about," he mused. "Happy to be of service." As Rome reached for the case of beers, seeming more relaxed, he slammed the top of mine against the edge of the table and handed it to me, doing the same to his own. Before laying his legs in my direction, his bare foot touching mine. From that brush of contact alone, I felt as though he'd stolen all of my breath. So, Shakespeare, what's your deal? I take it you're a brainiac if you're already on your master's and been Professor Ross's research assistant for the last couple of years. In fact, you must be fucking unreal for her to bring you all the way to Bama with her. I shuffled in discomfort and stared at the tabletop. Yeah. Something along those lines. You don't like to talk about how great you are in school, do you? He inquired, intrigued. Not really. It gets embarrassing, talking about being good at something. Anyone who enjoys that kind of attention, I think, is weird. Then that's something we have in common. He sounded happily surprised. I laid my hand over his and whispered, well, that and our Elizabethan epic playwright names. He zipped up my arm again, and seeing my reaction, he pulled a knowing smile. That too. Rome? Rome? Has anyone seen Rome? Where'd he go? Shelley. Rome groaned and put his head in his hands. I polished off the last of my beer and slid the chair back, my anxiety suddenly flaring up. I needed to leave. Rome quickly lifted his head, his face distressed. You goin' somewhere? I leaned over the balcony, spotting Lexi, Cass, and Ally chatting and laughing on the grass. I should be with them. And not with Rome. Shelley was stumbling around the lawn, I assumed searching for Rome. She was a mess. I pointed down to the backyard. Are you not going to go to her? She's pretty wasted by the looks of things. Am I fuck? She can just want. She'll sleep it off with some other guy. Kicking my chair back to where I stood, he ordered. Sit your ass back down, Shakespeare, and have another beer with your most famously tragic character. You're not leaving me yet. Rome's eyes demanded that I obey, and I rolled mine playfully in return, grabbing another bud and sitting on the seat. If I don't stop drinking soon, I'll be the one tottering around the lawn. You want me shouting for you, too? Rome licked his bottom lip, and I involuntarily mimicked his action. It sounded more tempting by the second. I didn't know what to say in response. Seeing my unease, he changed the subject, clearly tickled. So, you've joined a sorority? Yeah, and Ally wants me to move into the main house. With Lexi and Cass, of course. It's not exactly my thing. But I'm trying my best to embrace college life. He smiled. You and Ally been speaking? Yeah. After you left the room, earlier, after the kiss. He offered once more, but this time with slightly hooded eyes and a husky timbre as his attentions refocused on my mouth. Yeah. Well, Shelley screamed at me to leave and Ally fought in my corner and basically told Shelley to bugger off. He ran his fingers through his dirty blonde hair, laughing quietly. She's not exactly Shell's biggest fan. AL's cool. She'll be a good friend for you to have round here. She's my cousin and best friend. Hence, I got the spare key for this room when it gets too crazy out there. He used his thumb to point over his shoulder to the horde of students. She seems nice. She's the best. Leaning back, he put his hands behind his head. So, Shakespeare, where you from in England? Don't you dare say Stratford-upon-Avon or I'm checkin'. Myself into an insane asylum. Nope, nowhere near. I'm from Durham, I answered. With a giggle. He stuck out his bottom lip in concentration. Nope. Never heard of it. Have you seen Billy Elliot? I asked, trying to frame a reference. The film about the dancin' kid? I grinned. Yep. Well, I'm from the exact estate that he's from in the movie. Really? I could see him picturing the estate in his head. The rows and rows of small terraced street houses. The gray, and the relative poverty compared to this crazy lifestyle. Rome's dark eyes dropped to the table. I put my hand on top of his and he flinched at the unexpected contact. It's okay. I know I'm poor. You don't need to feel bad for thinking it. I wasn't, he stuttered and timidly flipped his hand. So our palms met, staring at the action curiously. I fought to quell my nerves. Yes, you were thinking that. It's okay. I know where I'm from is not exactly glamorous, but I'm proud anyway. It's where I grew up. And I love it regardless of its reputation, although I haven't been back there in years. Is your family still there? Family. I felt the recurring sharp pain sear through my heart at the word and coughed to hide my panic. I silently begged a higher power to just let me bury it deep again. Before I lost control in front of Rome. His hand touched my back and the anxiety began to retreat, the threat recoiling at the strength of the supportive touch. You okay? You've gone all white, Rome asked, leaning forwards and rubbing my back with added pressure. I clasped my hands together to stop the last of my shaking and lifted my gaze to stare at his handsome face. Yeah, thanks, I answered, somewhat at a loss as to why. The panic had ebbed at his gesture. Eyeing me in concern and tilting his chin, he urged me to answer his question. I took a fortifying breath. No, I don't have any family. The look on his face was priceless. If it weren't so damn tragic, it would have been funny. Shit, you're an orphan? No, but I have no family left. I'm not sure an adult can still be classed as an orphan. Your mama died giving birth to me. Daddy died when I was 6. No grandparents, aunts, or uncles. One, a grandma. And died when I was 14. But then, where? Foster care. And that's it? You've been on your own for. You're 20, right? Yes. On your own for 6 years? Well, I went to university so had some friends there. And Professor Ross took me on as a research assistant in my first year and watched out for me when she realized I had no other family. But yeah, I've been on my own for a long time. It's been difficult. He'd unintentionally moved towards me, like I was gravity drawing him to ground. It was kind of sweet. It felt nice that he cared and strangely soothing to let someone in. After years of silence. Not just anyone, it felt good to let him in. The college bad boy. I congratulated myself. Only I would let in the guy who breaks hearts for fun. I ran my hand up to his forearm. Not to be rude, but this conversation is kind of bringing me down, Rome. Death and Budweiser should never go together. He nodded, and the strained silence filled the air once more. He'd left his hand on my back, though, and I subtly moved against it to increase the pressure. So, you and Shelley? Good subject change. Well, there had to be a reason she was so pissed at our kiss. Even if it was just for the initiation. We're complicated, he answered hesitantly. That sounds like a cop-out if ever I've heard one. Nah, not a cop-out. She's been hounding me since 6th grade. Our families are pushin' for an engagement. You know, to protect their investments, keep the company's money in the family. Our fathers are business partners. I don't even fucking like her, she's a big old thorn in my side. But? Are you going to go through with it? The engagement, I mean. I'm surprised you'd settle down with someone you don't want. Or even settle down at all, if the rumors are to be believed. Rome blew out a long, steady sigh. Fucking rumors. Look, girls just throw themselves at me. When it's offered, I take it. Why the hell not? I don't have a girlfriend, never have. Sex helps me calm down from being so riled up all the time and shows folks that I'm definitely not with Shelley. I won't apologize for it. I just like to fuck a lot and never the same girl twice. I'm sure my mouth gaped wide open at his crassness. But apparently, he was ignorant to my appalled reaction. My parents have a set plan. I'm expected to graduate, marry Shelley, take over the family business, and live the American fucking dream. So you don't want to play football professionally? I thought I heard that you were destined for big things? His face brightened. Yeah, I do want to play. I love it. It's as natural to me as breathing, the rush, the camaraderie, the roar of the crowd on game day, popping the perfect shot for a touchdown. My parents don't support it. They just. Hell, it don't matter. I just fucking hate my life being dictated by my folks, that's all. Then do what you want. Screw everyone else. Rome's head flicked up, a dejected smile tugging at his lips. Easier said than done. You can't live your life for other people, Rome. You have to do things that you want, achieve your dreams, in any way you want to do it. If you're happy, then your parents surely will be too, and if not, they'll get over it in time. Don't be with someone you dislike like Shelley. Be with a girl you can't resist, who you truly want above anyone else. Someone you connect with. Like you, mole. A girl like you? You don't even know me, I whispered, wide-eyed, as he unconsciously drifted towards me. His hand lifted and his index finger ghosted down my cheek, causing me to tremble. It only took Romeo one look at Juliet and his fate was sealed. Maybe I'm just like my namesake, and maybe you're just like yours. His hand dropped to my knee and skirted up my bare thigh, that pink tongue of his running along his bottom lip. If we both leaned in just that little bit closer, we could almost. Ally's doorknob began to shake and a high-pitched shrieking interrupted our moment. Rome? Rome? Open up. I know you're in there. Shelley. Again. Fuck. Romeo shouted, standing to slam his empty beer into the bin. I stood abruptly, anger racing through my veins at the interruption. That girl. I shrilled, and I had to hold the balcony rail while I calmed down. With rapt attention, Rome watched me and my reaction. From the other side of the balcony. He clenched his fists as we stared at one another in overt want. I'm going to go, Rome, I said softly, closing my eyes to steady my composure. Romeo stood opposite, just watching me silently. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, and his lack of response infuriated me. "I'll leave you with her. It's probably for the best," I said more assertively this time. He sighed, both hands dropping to rest on the back of his neck. Mole. He stopped whatever he was going to say, and I took that as my cue to go. So much for Romeo wanting sodding Juliet. When I walked past, he clutched my hand, jerking me back to his chest. I slammed against his muscles with force, the contact robbing me of my breath. Romeo tucked a piece of hair behind my ear. "I liked talkin' to you, Shakespeare." It was different. He looked as bewildered as I felt, the gap between his eyebrows puckering together as he gripped the side of my toga, pulling me flush against his hard body. I sighed. "You too, Romeo. But our little conversation seems to have come to an end. I imagine it's probably for the best anyhow." I released my arms from his grip and opened the door with reluctance. Shelley came drunkenly crashing through. Completely ignoring me, stood to the side, and jumped sloppily into Rome's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. "I want you, Rome. Fuck me, right here, right now." I balked. Shelley smacked her lips to his and began grinding her hips against his crotch. Romeo grunted in surprise, grasping her arms. I stilled for what seemed like an eternity and, filled with a white-hot rage, left them to it. I was so angry to be all flirty like that with me, then set to screwing a girl practically in front of my eyes. I guessed the womanizer reputation was deserved after all. I should have known better than to foolishly think I felt such a strange instant connection to someone like that. Cass and Lexi warned me, and I was a fool to have let my guard down, even though it had felt so right with him. I made my way back to my girlfriend's and slumped down on the wooden bench, noticing that Cass was snuggled into the arms of the super-large guy from earlier. "And who is this pretty lil lady? Y'all got a hot woman tree round here somewhere that I don't know 'bout?" he asked, dramatically looking around, making me laugh and pulling me from my stormy mood. "I'm Molly." "You?" I instantly liked him, big, cuddly, with bright rosy cheeks. "I'm Jimmy Don Smith, darlin'. Mighty nice to make your acquaintance." He tipped his cowboy hat and turned to kiss a giggling Cass on her neck. Ally pulled me beside her. "Where the hell have you been?" "With Rome in your room. He used the spare key." She slapped her hand on mine, her eyes widened, and a brilliant white smile lit her face. "And? Calm down. Nothing happened. We just talked, had a couple of beers," I answered hurriedly, shushing her. "Did he kiss you again?" She was practically bouncing in her seat. I shook my head with incredulity. "No. He only kissed me for the initiation, Ally." "I don't think so." I held up my hand, cutting her off. "Shelley found him in your room. They're in there now. You may want to change your sheets later by the look of things when I left." She dropped her head to the table. "What? Why would he go there again after all these years?" I thought. She gave me a quick side glance. "What? You thought what?" She studied me, biting her lip in contemplation, and then just shook her head. "Nothing, I was obviously mistaken." I looked away and saw Lexi showing some girl a backwards tumble. You want another drink? Ally asked, exhaling a disappointed sigh. Sure, I replied. I may as well enjoy the night and try not to think about the Prince of Alabama banging Miss Cheer Almighty in my new friend's sumptuous red bedroom. Chapter 4. Just be clear and concise, talk from your diaphragm not from your throat, oh, and take deep breaths. You know the topic well, so you'll be just fine. I nodded as Professor Ross briefed me on the seminar I was about to lead. She'd been busy with her research on the design argument for the academic journal she was writing, so she asked me to lead today's discussion group. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the football team is still away, so you should only have maybe 13 or 14 in the class. I stretched my back, eliminating any clicks. Okay. I think I'm ready. I shuffled my notes into a pile before me and secretly watched students begin filing into the seminar room across the hall from the professor's office. Susie stood beside me, amused at my antics. So I hear. You have moved house? Yeah. We joined a sorority, so Cass, Lexi, and I have been given a room there. She put her arm on my shoulder. Good for you, Molly. What does it look like? Nice? I let out a single laugh. More like amazing. It's huge. Massive bed, bright white walls, and it has a balcony, a flippin' balcony. Huh, really? Makes a change from the Oxford halls of residence, then. Just a bit. I turned to face her. Do you remember a couple of years ago when you took the class to tour Italy? Susie nodded enthusiastically. Well, my balcony looks just like the one in Verona that we visited, weirdly just like the one at Juliet's house. I can't believe people actually live like this in college. It's absolute madness. But I'm now officially on a tight budget. That's for sure. Susie laughed, placing her frail hands on my shoulders. Enjoy it, my girl. You deserve it. I walked to the air conditioner and turned it up a notch. Before I melted. The small office felt like an oven. The weather was still burning a hole in the ground, and therefore, I was wearing short denim shorts and a white cap-sleeved linen top. I'd even changed from my favorite orange Crocs to a white pair just to complement the overall look, and maybe also to piss off Shelley just a bit with my apparent quirky fashion sense. My hair, as usual, was up in a messy high bun and my glasses were firmly in place. I checked the seminar room once more and it wasn't long before the seats were almost full. Shelley went in with her entourage of bimbos and surprisingly, Rome followed a second behind the group, chatting to Ally. I inwardly cursed, the team must have returned. As if leading a seminar wasn't daunting enough, dealing with my pent-up Romeo issues would severely affect my nerves. I watched through the crack in the office door as he entered the room and his eyes immediately sought out my TA desk at the front. Seeing that it was empty, his shoulders sagged and his head bowed. That only seemed to infuriate me. Why look sad about my absence when the girl he'd snubbed me for sat on the back row, eagerly anticipating his arrival and attention? I told myself to focus on the lecture, ignore that he was here. Clutching my notes, I stepped out of the professor's office into the classroom, and Rome swung his head my way at the movement. He was wearing his standard jeans and a black sleeveless t-shirt, his hair the same sexily tousled style as usual, and a quiet smile broke onto his face as he realized it was me. He passed by and tipped his chin, acknowledging me with a brief Shakespeare, then climbed the stairs to take his usual seat. Shelley tried to take his hand, but he pulled it free from her grasp with a hard stare, and she crossed her arms, pouting. I smirked a little at that but pulled myself together as Professor Ross entered the room and with a wave of her hand, encouraged me to begin. I stepped up to the lectern and took a deep breath. "Hey, everyone." Professor Ross asked me to lead today's seminar on the introduction to utilitarianism, and in the coming sessions, I will be giving brief notes on the main arguments before exploring some examples for discussion. I walked to the side desk, placing my notes down. I knew this argument like the back of my hand. In simple terms, the idea of utilitarianism is the theory that actions of an individual are based on the fact that we, as humans, actively seek pleasure when making decisions. Therefore, this argument is seen as the hedonistic approach to ethics. We do things to feel good, are driven by the quest for pleasure. Jeremy Bentham proposed that humans operate on a pleasure-pain principle, i.e. that we seek pleasure and avoid pain at all costs. I surveyed the students to make sure they were paying attention. So far so good. Bentham believed that this principle could be adapted to society as a whole and that it would function better if it operated on a system that considered the greatest good for the greatest amount of people. This is evident in many sectors of society, but a good example is the way we vote in a democracy. The majority vote benefits most people. Therefore, the majority of people in that society are happy, i.e. feel pleasure at the outcome, creating a more utilized society. I heard a cough and someone shuffled loudly in their seat. My eyes honed in on the direction of the disruption. And I saw Rome leaning forward, his attention focused on me, with his chin resting upon steepled hands. My internal annoyance meter was ticking over, but I gathered my wits and commenced once again trying to ignore him. Where was I? Oh, yes. Today we will be discussing the concept of the pleasure-pain principle and whether humans really do function this way. I, for one, tend to agree in the most part with this theory. Really? I snapped my head up to find the class gaping up at Rome. I gathered by their reaction that he wasn't a regular talker in class. Pardon? He rolled his pencil between his fingers, fixing me with cocky gaze. I was expressing my surprise that you agree with Bentham, for the most part. I could feel my cheeks begin to burn in agitation. Then, the answer is yes, you heard correctly. Huh, he dismissed and bit his pencil between his teeth, shooting his attention to Ally, who had elbowed him in the ribs and gestured for him to stop. I grew even angrier. Rude actions always had that effect on me. I tried to remain professional, I always tried to be professional, but something within me was beginning to snap. Romeo Prince was well and truly getting to me. Huh, what? Romeo? I asked, knowing that I was baiting him by using his full first name. His gaze tightened and he pulled back the pencil to hold in his hand. I just think it's foolishly idealistic to think in such a way, Shakespeare, and for someone of your supposed intellect, I'm surprised it came out of your mouth at all. My back teeth involuntarily grinded together. I went to further explain my reasons when he piped up again. I mean, look at the voting analogy you gave, greatest good. For the greatest number of people. You mentioned how it was considered good for society, as most people would be happy with the result, but all I see are flaws. What if the majority of the people voting are bad or have ill intent and the minority are innocent and good people are put in danger due to the fact that they're outnumbered? What if the person you voted in has ulterior motives and goes back on what they said they would do? Look at Hitler. He was elected by a democratic vote. And for a time, he was what was right for the majority of the people who were living in poverty with no real hope. But look how that ended. I'm just saying that although it seems good in theory, the practical side don't really pan out, now does it? I honestly thought a tumbleweed might come rolling through at any second, the room was that silent. Rome appeared more than satisfied with his little outburst and I felt my hackles rising. I instinctively moved towards the set of stairs, making sure he could see me for my tirade. Rising above his arsy comments went out of the open window. I lifted my finger in the air. For a start, do me the honor of letting me finish before rudely interrupting. What I agree with is the idea that individuals do, in many situations, live for pleasure over pain, at least for the most part. Surely you'd agree with that, Mr. Oh-So-Fantastic QB. Don't you make the majority of your decisions based on your illustrious football career something that brings you pleasure? The students' heads whipped back and forth like they were watching a really messed up game of tennis. You're right, I do, but I also do it for the spectators. For my teammates. They find joy in football, unlike some. Meaning what? Meaning that in Alabama, Shakespeare, football is the greatest pleasure there is, playin' it, watchin' it, coachin' it. My trainin' and therefore my success benefits both me and others. You seem to be the only one who don't like it. Then you've proved me right. In Alabama, the greatest good for the greatest number of people is football, as it brings pleasure to the majority of the population, I replied, smugly. He ran his hand over his stubbly, unshaven chin. In this respect, you may be right, but it's not always that simple. I folded my arms, eager to hear the response. Go on. You talk about individuals doing things for pleasure. And to avoid pain, things they dislike? I nodded. Yes. But many individuals do things that cause themselves pain or displeasure to suit other people's wants and desires. I assumed he was referring to his weird relationship with Shelley, who was currently scowling at our debate. Oh, I'm not sure they're always that painful, doing certain things or certain acts that others want, I mean. Rome held his pencil between his hands and hissed. Through gritted teeth, be completely clear, Shakespeare. What you gettin' at? I couldn't seem to stop once I got going. This rage I'd felt towards him for days was exploding out of me. Well, let's use sex, for example. One of the two people partaking in the act might want it more, and the second person may be altogether quite indifferent in their affections, but the second person ultimately gives in and does it anyway to make the first person happy. However, and herein lies the irony, the one that is unhappy still finds sexual release, therefore, doesn't really experience displeasure at all. Do they? I directed absolutely his way. The pencil snapped in his hands. Or how about a Person decides it would be a good idea to kiss another. Due to some weird, unexplainable pull, but then, in hindsight, decides that it was a fucking mistake. That they spoke about personal things for the first time ever with someone different, someone new, thinkin', maybe I can trust this person with knowing the real me? Only to realize that what you did was stupid and should never have happened at all. Cementin' that people are just one big ol' disappointment. He threw the pencil parts to the floor and ran his hands aggressively through his hair. Quiet murmurs spread throughout the room. Our gazes locked, both of us breathing heavily from the emotional exertion of our argument, neither of us knowing what to do next. The unfamiliarity of such raw emotion being a new sensation for us both to experience. Professor Ross interrupted us with a cough. I turned to the clock on the wall, noticing that the lecture was almost done. Next seminar we'll look at Bentham's personal notes. The essential reading is on the course outline. Class dismissed. I scurried back to the safety of my desk, battling a sudden bout of nausea. I was more confused than the first time I read Friedrich Nietzsche in the original German. Professor Ross came over fanning herself with her hand. Well, that was different, Molly. It didn't really have anything to do with the topic we needed to cover. Was highly inappropriate, but it sure was interesting to watch you two sparring. You want to talk about anything? The atmosphere in here caused by the heat of you both was as electric as a summer storm. No, I don't want to talk. I gathered my books in my hand. I'm sorry. I'm just going to grab my things and hit the library. I need to study. I have a paper due. Her lips pursed. Okay, but you know where I am if you need me. I avoided her eyes. Thanks. Relieved that the lecture hall was now empty, I left the room. I powered through the door, and Rome jumped in my path, getting right in front of my face to the point that we were sharing the same air. What the fuck was that all about? He seethed. You were rude, I accused, checking we were alone. We were, completely. I was debating. That's what you do in philosophy. You made it personal. So did you. We glared at one another, a contest of wills, goose. Bumps spreading like wildfire on my body. Rome cracked first. Why did you bring up the other night? What I talked to you about was in confidence. I told you things I've never told another living person, and you threw it back at me in a public class? I put my trust in you. And you dredge it up in your lecture for your own fucking smart-ass gain? I guffawed. Confidence, my arse. The whole college knows you use girls for sex, which, quite honestly, makes me feel sick. From what I saw the other night with her. You did then too, after you confided to me that you didn't like her, after you connected so deeply with me. Where's the morality in that? Couldn't resist her open legs, I take it. He exhaled a humorless laugh and inched forward. I stood my ground, giving the impression of confidence. He backed me into a dark, secluded corner. Why do you care who I fuck? What's it to you? I glared at him, remaining silent for several seconds. Before hissing, it isn't anything to me. He sneered in anger and slammed his flat palm against the wall above me. You're lying, Dot. I felt as though my stomach was on fire with enmity. Fists balling against my books. I'm not lying. It has nothing to do with me who you fuck, as you so eloquently put it. Rome moved his face an inch closer. Bullshit. I don't fucking believe you. I pushed at his chest with one hand. He didn't budge. I said I don't believe you. Tell me why the fuck you care and don't fucking lie, he thundered again. He'd completely blocked any exit and I released an exasperated moan. Fine. I care because you kissed me. You kissed me like you had no other choice, damn it. I don't like being just another plaything when I trusted you with me. I never do that, and now I remember exactly why. His hard chest scraped achingly against mine and his lips parted, expelling sharp, controlled bursts of hot breath. For your information, I didn't screw her. In fact, I told her in no uncertain terms that I was done for good. What you'd said to me made sense, about livin' my own life. You got through to me. You affected me. And get this straight, you are no one's plaything, Shakespeare. I may fuck around, but I wouldn't fuck around on you. I opened my mouth to speak when he pressed his index finger over my lips, his eyes tight in warning. You're brave, Shakespeare, speakin' to me like this. I don't tolerate it from anyone. People round here know not to approach me. They have the sense to leave things alone. I knocked his hand away, narrowing my eyes. Are you threatening me? He smiled darkly and I couldn't decide if I wanted to punch him in the face or submit my body to his control and see what came next. Not threatenin', Shakespeare, commendin'. I'm finned in. You and that mouth of yours a real turn on. But I'm more interested in teachin' you how to keep it shut. My heart jolted and heat spread between my thighs. I fought my traitorous reaction with everything I had. Save that kind of talk for when you screw Shelley again. I told you I didn't fucking touch her. That's not what she's been saying. I could care less what she says. I thought you were different, mole. Why make a dig about Shelley or football? After what I'd told you about things I was going through. He actually seemed genuinely disappointed in me. Guilt and doubt crept into my chest, and I rubbed my throbbing temple. Look, I'm just in a crappy mood. I shouldn't have come at you like that, and I apologize for betraying your confidence. It was bad manners on my part. I was pissed off at you, have been pissed off at you for days. I don't know how to be around you. You confuse me. We resorted back to silence. Romeo was still glowering down at me as though he were going to tear me in two with his bare hands and kept me cornered with his bulking frame. I tried to move around him when he grabbed my arm in his large hand. Where the hell do you think you're going? I exhaled slowly. I'm leaving. I'm done with this. Done with us and whatever the hell just happened. I tried to shuffle past him a second time when he growled, "You're fucking driving me insane, Shakespeare." He wrapped his free hand around the back of my neck, pulling me forward until his lips found their intended target against mine. He wasn't kind, careful, or considerate. He was taking what he wanted, no thought for me, and I loved it, loved that he took complete control and mastered my body. I dropped my books to the floor along with any lingering inhibitions, and my hands were no longer able to do anything but grip onto his shirt and hold on for the ride. On a moan, he twisted me in his arms and pushed me against the wall, slamming my back against the hard cement, letting me feel his arousal against my stomach. His tongue wrestled with mine, and he drew out all of my latent need with every wet lash. With an exasperated sigh, he broke us apart, his tan skin a scolding temperature to the touch. Fuck, mole, why can't I get you out of my head? You're all I fucking think about. And I don't know how to deal. You do? I rasped. His wild eyes fixed on mine. Every minute of every day. Rome stepped back, giving me much-needed space from his stifling presence. I needed to leave, I couldn't think straight. I bent to get my books, and when I straightened, Rome stood with his hands behind his head, unbridled hunger in his dark eyes. He licked his bottom lip ever so slowly, and I wished more than anything that I was the plump piece of flesh. I don't know what to do about you. It's rattling me, and I don't like it. I've never gotten like this over some girl. He tipped his head, assessing. But I don't think you're just some girl. I've thought that from the minute I saw you. All flustered in the hall on the first day of classes. Christ. I haven't been able to taste anything but you since we kissed at the damn initiation. The dark flame that fueled his already midnight eyes almost made me whimper with longing. So I did what I do best when I can't cope with a situation. I ran. I need to get to the library. I rushed out in a nervous stammer and dashed for the exit. I was shaking and confused, angry, but so unbelievably turned on. I was worried by my apparent fondness for his assertiveness. On top of everything that had happened between us, that bothered me the most. As I was opening the doors to fresh air, I risked a glance back. Big mistake. Romeo stood in the center of the hallway, watching me with corded, folded arms. I slapped on the handle when his hard voice rendered me immobile. This is far from over, Shakespeare, far from fucking over. I panicked again at the immediate rush of lust that built within me and picked up my pace, deciding to ditch the library and go straight home. I was on the verge of collapsing, and I needed the sanctuary of my room. He hadn't slept with Shelley. I was all he thought about. And I couldn't help but feel a ripple of happiness swell through my heart for the first time in years. Chapter 5. I'd been lying awake for 4 hours watching the shadows from the pine trees dance across the ceiling. This marked the 5th night in a row. I was sleep-deprived, frustrated, and so friggin' confused that I couldn't think straight, couldn't sleep, and quite frankly, couldn't function. Root cause, Romeo, bullet, Prince. He'd been away again all week with the tide in Arkansas, and left straight after our little corridor throwdown, leaving me completely in a tiz about where we stood with one another. It didn't help that I'd seen pictures of other members of the team making out with girls in seedy nightclubs and frat parties post-match that had been posted on Facebook for the entire world to see. And when I thought of Rome doing the same thing, I felt sick. Giving up on sleep, I threw back my quilt and walked into the bathroom, stepping into the shower, letting the warm water wake me up. It didn't work. I dropped my head against the cold tile, sighing. I didn't know what I would do when I saw him again. Ally had told me that the team was due back today, so I decided to hide in the one place a superstar jock definitely wouldn't be, the library. Within 30 minutes, I'd dressed, gathered my books, and crossed over the large lawn of the quad, basking in the early morning light. 7 a.m. was the perfect time to walk on the main tree-lined path. It was isolated and gave me an opportunity to think, relax, recharge. I was halfway down the path when the sound of heated arguing drew my attention. At first, all I spotted was a parked Bentley and a tall older man standing in front of the silver car. He was in front of Romeo, screaming furiously at Romeo. I sidestepped behind a large tree and watched the argument from the cover of my hiding spot. I could see Romeo was mad, his hands balled into fists and his stance projecting fury. The older man wore a dark suit and his arms flailed in anger, right in Romeo's face, as he screamed strings of horrid and offensive curses. He edged forward, drew back his fist, and I witnessed Rome take a hard smack to the cheek, his head snapping back at the force. He didn't retaliate but stood stoic, taking the powerful hit. "Oh my God," I whispered to myself. I frantically searched around for help, but there was only me, only them. Before I had the chance to run for security, the man in the suit jumped in his Bentley and pulled away with a screech, and I watched as a pumped-up Romeo marched to an extremely large tree and set to punching its trunk over and over, expelling loud grunts, before slumping down on the ground, his head falling to his hands. I propped myself against the rough bark of the tree, trying to figure out exactly what I'd just witnessed. I warred with myself on what to do. Romeo had just been hit, attacked. Peeking around the large oak, I stared at his forlorn figure for several minutes, taking in all his southern gorgeousness, bleeding and hurt. My heart ached. And before my brain could really register, my feet were heading automatically in the direction of his secluded spot. He hadn't heard me approach, and I crouched down before him, my black sleeveless summer playsuit dirtying in the dried mud. I quietly removed a bottle of water and my old pink rose hanky from my brown messenger bag. At the sound of my rustling, Rome looked up, his mouth dripping with blood, perfect white teeth lost in the scarlet bath. "Romeo, God," I whispered as I fought back tears. He didn't speak, just stared at me numbly. I unscrewed the cap from the bottle of Evian and lifted his soiled hand towards me, his fingers slack and rough. I poured on the water, cleaning out the cuts, deep cuts full of tree bark and dirt. I dabbed my hanky at the broken skin. He didn't even flinch. "Does this hurt?" I asked softly. He shook his head. When his hand was clean, I edged forward until I was knelt between his slouched legs. I tentatively lifted my hanky to his lips and wiped away the excess blood, finding a large open gash on the corner of his beautiful top lip. I applied pressure and my gaze drifted to his brown eyes penetrated mine through the barrier of my glasses, and I saw conflict and desolation flicker across the surface. When his lips stopped bleeding, I passed him the bottle of water. "Swill your mouth out, Rome. That blood can't taste too good." He took the bottle robotically, doing everything I instructed. I hunkered down beside him on the dirt, sharing the makeshift backrest of the tree. I didn't say a thing. I didn't want to risk making him worse. I just didn't want him to be alone. He eventually relaxed his rigid posture and stared off into the distance. I couldn't take the sadness anymore, and Seeing he needed comfort, I reached down, folding his good hand in mine. He whipped his head to our entwined fingers and subtly angled his shoulder even closer. I knew we had unresolved issues, especially after our whatever the hell that was in the corridor, but right now, I could only think of supporting him however he might need me. Eventually, after what seemed like an eternity, Romeo spoke. "Hey, mole. Hey, you. How much did you see?" I laid my head on his shoulder, catching the slight hitch in his breath. "Enough." His head fell against the bark, eyes squeezed shut. "Who was the man in the Bentley?" "My daddy." I lifted my head in utter astonishment. "Your father?" His head dropped again, avoiding eye contact. I wasn't sure if it was in embarrassment or extreme sadness. The silence returned. "You okay?" He stiffened and rolled his head towards me, anguish in his eyes. "No. You want to talk about it?" He shook his head firmly. "Does he hit you a lot?" Shrugging, he answered, "Don't get a chance much anymore." He was pissed with something I'd done. He called me to meet him and, well, you saw the rest. I shuffled forward and sat facing him. "What was so bad that he'd strike you like that?" "Money, disappointment, not being the dutiful son. The usual. He's never gone that far in public before, though. I've never seen him so pissed." "But you're his son. How dare he treat you like that? What the hell have you done to deserve to be punched?" A closed mouth ensured he didn't say anything in response. I could tell he wasn't going to talk, his lips were locked tight in refusal. I took his hand again and he gripped mine, making sure I couldn't let go. He appeared so lost, his usual hard exterior split open, exposing his weakness. I needed to change the topic. Gradually reseal the scar. "How was your game in Arkansas?" A small flicker of relief flashed across his face at my turn in conversation. "We won. No help from me though." "You have a bad game?" He licked his lip, prodding at the fresh cut, and picked up a fallen twig, snapping it in his clenched fist. "Fuckin' nightmare of a game. Well, you're only human. I've never had such a bad start to a season in my entire life. My senior year, the one in which I'll enter the draft. And it's all going to hell in a handbasket." "Why is it going so bad?" "Because I can't complete even one of my passes. I'm letting the team and fans down. My parents won't back the fuck off over Shelley. You just witnessed my daddy's insistence on that issue. She's being a bigger leech than normal and I'm constantly fighting her off. My head is all over the place, I can't sleep or get focused, and thinking about a certain English girl keeps me up every night. Every fucking night. She's plaguing my dreams." He pulled our hands to his unshaven cheek and ran them up and down his rough stubble. "Yeah, I know what that's like," I whispered, watching as my fingertips brushed past his mouth, completely breathless at his confession. I thought about our last meeting non-stop while I was away. Rome's voice was almost inaudible, as if admitting to committing a cardinal sin. He seemed nervous, not an emotion I'd seen from him before. I guess actually liking a girl was a whole new world to the king of meaningless sex. "Yeah. Me too. It's been different to have my head filled with a certain Bama hottie and not Dante, Descartes, or Kant." He nudged me with his knee, amusement brightening his dead eyes. "You think I'm a hottie?" I blushed and nudged him back. You're all right. Peeking at me from under his long lashes, he cracked a smile. Where were you goin' at this time of mornin'? When you saw this hottie gettin' a beat down? Rome. Answer the damn question, Shakespeare. I shook my head. Hard Romeo began to rouse from his sleep. The library. I have notes I need to write up for Professor Ross. She has an office there where I can work undisturbed. I saw what happened with you and your daddy and thought you needed me more than the exciting world of academia does right now. With a pat on my leg, he pulled me to stand, our hands still clasped tight. Let's go. Where to? The library. I'm gonna help you. We can't let the world of academia down now, can we? Romeo, are you sure you don't want to go home or do something else? We could talk more if you'd like. Whatever you need. Losing his jovial tone, he stressed, no. We're gonna go to the library and I'm gonna help you with your paper. He wasn't to be trifled with. He wasn't far from snapping. And I could see it, untapped aggression waiting impatiently at the surface for its chance to pounce. He needed the distraction and I thought it best to take him with me to save some poor fellow student from meeting the end of Romeo's fist when he finally slipped over the edge. You're going to help me with philosophy? A moody pout formed on his lips. Hey, just 'cause I'm a jock don't mean I'm stupid. He wrapped his arms around my shoulders from behind. For your information, I'm assin' that class. I may be able to show you a thing or two. Stepping away, he put a finger to his cheek, conveying he was deep in thought. For example, Immanuel Kant was a real pissant who was very rarely stable. A huge grin spread on my face and I blurted out aloud. Laugh, singing, Heidegger was a boozy beggar who could think you under the table. He paced in before me in a lecturer-like fashion. Aristotle was a bugger for the bottle, and Hobbes was fond of his dram. He bowed playfully for me to go next. And René Descartes was a drunken fart. I drink. Therefore I am. I covered my giggle with my hand, feeling light and flirtatious, and Rome, with a stunning smile, held up his hand for a high five. I slapped it with gusto. So you're a Monty Python fan? I asked excitedly. Well, you can't study philosophy and not be familiar with Bruce's Philosopher's Song. I agree, but I never pegged you for a British comedy. Nut. He snorted. It's Python. As simple as that. So let's go. I surprised you once with my philosophy knowledge. I'm pretty sure I can do it again. I waved dismissively. Whatever, you're 21. I'm still only 20 and I'm already on my master's. I doubt there's anything you can show me, superstar. It's my area of expertise. In a flash, Rome had jostled me into his chest and caught my earlobe between his teeth. Maybe not in philosophy, but I can sure as hell show you other things. Mole, in my area of expertise. And what's that? I asked breathlessly. He pressed lingering lips on the furiously beating pulse on my throat. Much more pleasurable things than work. I froze and he moved before me, jerking me back into stride. Come on, Megabrain, let's go research and get your dirty mind out of the gutter. Asterisk. Romeo stayed with me at the library for hours, helping Me type up notes and research counterarguments for the paper. To give him his dues, he was extremely knowledgeable on the subject. He seemed different when we parted, somehow lighter, and I was too. His company settled me, and although he could be abrupt and occasionally a bit scary, I found I liked it. But unfortunately, that meant I was right back to thinking about him constantly. I had to go to the library again the day after, and I headed straight to the office door and turned the lock, only to find Romeo with his legs propped up on the desk, arms behind his head, with a smirk on his face. "It's about time. Shakespeare. I've already written a goddamn thesis. Waitin' on you. What are you doing here?" I asked with a radiant smile, happy that his lip looked less swollen and his knuckles were bandaged over. Swinging his legs off the desk, he stood before me. "I'm here to assist the assistant. Put me to work. I'm eager to. Please." I placed my books on the table and put my hands on my hips. "You want to tell me how you got in here, in a locked room?" Rome shrugged playfully. "I have a secret admirer in the librarian. She opened it for me after a little sweet talk. Ms. Rose? She's, like, 90. Cougar on the prowl, more like," he quipped with a mock shiver. I couldn't help but laugh. And why, Romeo? Do you want to help me write notes again?" He lost his playful smile, the same flash of vulnerability that I saw spread across his face yesterday dulled his beautiful features, and he crossed his arms defensively. "You don't want me here? I'll go if I'm gettin' in your way. I don't want to be where I'm not wanted." I moved before him and took his scowling face in my hands. "Hey, I didn't say that. I'm just taken aback by the fact that you want to be here with me. It's nice to be with you, in any capacity." He tilted his head and pressed a kiss to my palm. "I like being around you too, Mole. I feel good when I am. Plus, I owe you for what you did for me yesterday. You don't owe me anything." His finger stroked down my cheek and I almost dropped to the floor. "I'm stayin' with you. What about your classes?" "I'm stayin' with you. I'm kinda becomin' addicted." I swallowed. "Addicted?" "That's right. To you and how you make me feel." I blushed and fiddled with the strap on my bag. "Right. Well, let's get you to work, then." He saluted and sat opposite me with a huge, self-congratulatory grin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A drawn-out, dramatic sigh came from behind me, causing me to jump. "We need a break," Romeo ordered as he came through the door, holding 2 large coffees, a disapproving look on his face. As I hadn't even noticed him leave, would have to agree that a break was probably in order. I slouched back in my chair and rubbed my tired eyes. "How long have we been in here?" Dropping down on his chair, he pushed my coffee and a brown bag holding a cream cheese bagel across the desk. "About 6 hours. My eyes widened. "Oh. Crap. Yep, crap." I took a sip from my coffee, closed my eyes, and groaned loudly in pleasure as the familiar kick of energizing caffeine flowed like opium through my veins. A chair scraped on the vinyl floor and I heard Romeo jump up, cursing. I opened my eyes to see him shaking coffee from his wet gray t-shirt. "You okay?" He nodded curtly. "Just, don't make those kinda Noises around me, mole. I squirmed as I noted his smoldering expression as he watched my chest rise and fall in reaction to his words. He sat back down and we ate in strained, crackling silence. Romeo stretched. You must be nearly done now. I've never seen anyone work so hard at anything. I have no doubts you'll make one hell of a professor. I shrugged. I love studying. It keeps me occupied. Titling his head in question, he asked, from what? From thinking about other things. Like? I repeatedly clicked the top of my pen. Bad things, upsetting things, things from my past. His hand encased mine. So studying does for you what? You do for me? I gulped, not knowing how to respond to such a statement. It's true. You're doing something to me, mole. What? You. I refocused on the table and listened as he chuckled at my fluster. I then ripped off some of my bagel and threw it at his chest. He picked it off his shirt and popped it in his mouth, waggling his brows. I couldn't contain my giggle. So how are you feeling today? I asked when the heavy atmosphere dissipated. Better. This pretty gal helped me get through some personal shit. What gal? What does she look like? I teased. He pretended to think. Brunette, hot accent, fuckin' sexy as hell librarian with glasses thing going on. My stomach flipped. Right. But seriously, are you okay? Dropping his smile, he said quietly, gettin' there. One day at a time. I left him to his thoughts and sipped at my cappuccino. Reading back over my notes. I quickly became distracted. As Rome lifted slowly off his chair and walked towards me, eyelids hooded and lips slightly parted. I gripped the arms of my chair when he placed a hand on the bookcase behind me and the other on the desk, trapping me and slowly leaned in. I closed my eyes as his mouth stopped before mine. Romeo, what? His tongue darted out and he slowly licked the corner of my lip. I stilled. You had foam on your lip. His voice was husky and strained. I deflated. Oh, I. Diving back in, he locked my head in his hands and crashed his lips against mine. I surrendered and groaned. When he fisted my hair, tipping me back to get even deeper, thoroughly massaging my mouth. After several seconds, he withdrew. And then? I murmured, staring into his wild eyes and rubbing the moisture from my lips. Pressing his forehead to mine, he hushed out, well. Then, I just wanted to kiss you. He dropped to his knees so we were eye level and his hands traced circles on my thighs. Come to my game this weekend. I have to study, I answered automatically. His look of disappointment cut me. It's just for a few hours, mole. I know, but I get paid to assist the professor and I pride myself on getting everything done on time. I need my paycheck to survive, Rome. Living in the sorority house is expensive. I'll be here on Saturday when the game is on. Signing loudly, he dropped his shoulders. Okay, I don't fucking like it, but I understand. I cupped his rough, tan cheek. Please don't be disappointed. Sports are just not my thing. I have absolutely no clue about American football, or quarterbacks, remember? Leaning into my touch, he said, I hear you, mole. No. One's ever there supportin' me anyhow. Nothin' new. Romeo. He got to his feet, scratching his head. I have a practice I gotta get to. I reached out and brushed my hand through his tense fingers. I'll be here a few more hours yet. I'll catch you later though, yeah? I felt terrible that I'd let him down. I'd been doing so well since yesterday, making him happier. We'd gone right back to square one. Rome bent down, searching my eyes, then abruptly turned and left the room, leaving me frozen on my seat. For the next 2 hours, I stared at the knots in the oak table and wondered over and over again what the heck was happening between Romeo, Bullet, Prince and me. As I gathered my things to leave, a note under the door caught my attention. Please come to the game. I want you there. You're Romeo X. My Romeo? Well, shit. Chapter 6. Ah, come on Rome. Get your head in the game. Ally was on her feet, her hands waving about, along with Cass and every other person in the 100,000-seater stadium, well, everyone except me. I literally had no idea what the heck was going on. I decided to go to the game. Ally had a spare ticket and had tried to convince me since the beginning of the season to use it, but I always declined. This time, however, I couldn't get the hurt look on Romeo's face out of my mind when I'd told him I wouldn't come, and so I caved and found myself sat at my very first tied game. It was the note. I'd become the hopeless romantic girl I never thought I would be, and his sweet words had tipped me over the edge. Rome. What the hell? Arg. Ally screamed once more. We were sitting at the lower-level student seating area of Bryant-Denny Stadium watching the Tide play Auburn University, the local derby, and biggest rivals, and apparently, Rome wasn't having a great game, the third of the season where he was off his usual perfect form. I looked to the Jumbotron and saw a close-up shot of him snapping loose his chinstrap and cursing like a sailor, slamming his fist into the ground, and shoving players out of his way, obviously unhappy with whatever just happened. The whole bad boy thing he was working on the field was extremely sexy, and coupled with the way his uniform showcased his impressive form, well, it should practically have been illegal. Ally had her head in her hands, peering through the gaps between her fingers, her face one of desperation. Cass, who had just tucked into her third corn dog, was shaking her head in disappointment. The cheerleaders began their stunts and I watched as Lexi kicked her legs with glee. She'd made the cheerleading squad with flying colors, flooring the competition with her backhand spring and triple split cartwheel. She was one happy goth. I took that moment to take in my surroundings. The stadium that was the home of the Crimson Tide was immense. The atmosphere was electric, and I quickly realized why Rome was so well known around campus. And quite frankly, all of Alabama. The moment he had run out of the tunnel, his face and statistics broadcasted on the giant screen at the end zone. As he and the team took to the field, the 100,000-strong crowd chanted, "Roll Tide," at the top of their lungs to the accompaniment of blaring horns and the thunder of drums. It was beyond anything I'd ever seen before. Every time Rome threw the ball, the fans held their breath, almost in prayer, and unfortunately up until that point, he hadn't successfully completed one of his passes. I was told by Cass, in no uncertain terms, that this was a very bad thing. Back on the pitch, Rome was hauling his angry frame back to the bench where a coach proceeded to shout in his face, smacking his hand against a clipboard to emphasize his point. I had a sudden urge to leap from my seat and push the man away from him. I faced Ally. Why is he getting told off? So what? He missed a few throws. Is it really all that bad? Yeah, it's that bad. Rome can't afford to miss all these plays, mole. He's a senior and regarded as the top quarterback in the country, a sure win for the first draft. All eyes are on him. Plus, if the Tide is gonna make the national championship again this year, we need him 110%. He's currently pulling about 20. I've never seen him so off. I just don't understand it. She looked baffled. The crowd began cheering again, and when I looked to the field, Rome was running back to the gridiron, fixing his helmet back in place. As usual, the sun was beaming down in Tuscaloosa, and the close-packed, open-roofed stadium was getting far too hot. I had worn a short white linen sleeveless dress and a pair of Ally's brown mid-calf cowboy boots, which she had kindly given to me as a hallelujah, you're comin' to a game present. She told me bluntly that I had to fit in and adopt a sassy southern attitude. I'd also honored this occasion with a covering of light makeup, and I found that I actually loved the country look. I'm going to grab a Diet Coke. Either of you want anything? I asked, shouting over the roars and cheers. Batting away a mosquito with my hand, needing a respite from the intense heat in the stadium. Ally shook her head, too engrossed in watching the game, and Cass reached into her pocket, pulling out a 20. A large bag of chips and a root beer, darlin'. I took the money and made my way along the side of the field towards the indoor vendors. I'd only made it about 10 steps when thousands of heads started to turn in slow motion, following my path. Before I had a chance to even guess why, the ball surged into the crowd and two men began to fight over who would keep it. Their ruckus caused them to careen my way, and I was smacked in the nose by a stray elbow, the impact of which had me hurtling on my arse. To complement the hit, the crowd expelled a collective "oh," and security came over and hauled away the two men. My hands instinctively flew to my nose, which felt a little tender yet intact, and as far as I could tell, there was no blood. My glasses, however, were a different story and came apart in my hands. I clung to them, the pieces, as people hurried over, asking if I was okay. I heard a man shouting that he was a medic, and he bent beside me, his hands skirting over my face. I think the impact of the ball just snapped my glasses, I stated, taking the offered help from the squat and balding medic to help me stand. As I got to my feet, the crowd began clapping, and I held my cracked glasses to my face, an arm in each hand, and surveyed the stadium, noticing to my mortification that my little fumble had been televised on the Jumbotron. Prince, where the hell do you think you're goin'? An angry male voice screamed, and the small crowd around me began to part. I peeked my head in the direction of the opening path, only to see Rome running my way. The expression on his face was one of utter horror as I stood holding my snapped glasses to my eyes. Shit, Shakespeare. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? He asked, panic in his voice. He dropped his helmet to the Floor, and both his hands cupped my face, tilting up my head, searching for injuries with his large brown eyes. Rome, I'm okay. I was saved by my glasses. They laid their life on the line to save my nose. You don't need to apologize. It's the two drunken idiots that landed on my face who are the dicks. I held up my now two-piece set of black frames, losing my vision for a second before holding them back in place. When I could see again, I noticed Rome pull a small smile and shake his head. It had to be you. Out of everyone in this entire fucking stadium, it had to be you. Who was involved? I'm no longer surprised, you're always there. I think someone's trying to tell me something. I shrugged. I was going for a Coke. He laughed gently. During my play? Well, quite honestly, I didn't know what the hell was going on, and I was thirsty. Women bent over the rails, screaming at Rome. We love you, Bullet. Take me home with you, honey. Fuck me, 7. His smile dropped at my distracted attention. He gripped my chin so I focused solely on him. You came. I came, I answered with a smile. Why did you change your mind? You got through to me, I teased, relaying his words from our heated corridor argument. Rome huffed out a laugh. Miss? We need to take you to the medical room to check you over, policy, I'm afraid. If you'd like to come with me. The medic held my arm and tried to usher me away. Rome put up his finger to pause him for a second before bending slightly to meet my gaze. You sure you're okay? I'm good. Now, don't you've a game to win? I'm sure. All these people didn't come here today to see us chatting. Yeah, I was kinda in the middle of something before you decided to walk into that drunken fight. I went to follow the medic, when Rome suddenly dipped down, laying a lingering kiss on my lips. It was tender and soft, different from our usual frantic, spur of the moment fumbles. We locked eyes for a second longer before Rome ran back to the field, determination on his face. The crowd openly gawked, wondering why the star quarterback had been so interested in the injured girl. In the safety of the medical room, I began to regain my composure when an abrupt, rapturous roar seemed to shake the very foundations of the stadium, causing me to jump up from my seat. What's wrong? I asked in a panic. The medic looked to the small TV screen in the corner. Hot damn. What? Bullet just hit a wide receiver for a 40-yard touchdown. That's a good thing, right, a touchdown? He swung his attention back round to me, no doubt wondering if I did have a head injury after all. Yes, that's a very good thing, especially with only 1 quarter to go. We're tied. We have 15 minutes to take the W. The W? The win, he replied on an exasperated sigh. Right. Gotcha, I mumbled, deciding it was best to shut up. The medic turned off the TV to remove the distraction, finished his examination, and helped me use white sports tape to put my glasses back together, the crude repair job fully visible on the bridge of my nose. Not the best of fashion statements, but it would have to do. Like my grandma would say, "C.A. Sarah Sarah." I returned to my seat, only to hear the final whistle blow, and the crowd erupt into screams of ecstasy. Cass and Ally were jumping up and down, and on seeing me, both rushed in my direction, practically tackling me to the floor. I held on tight. I would not hit the deck twice. Molly. Are you okay? We watched it on the big screen, Ally asked, her dark eyes widening as she stared at my face. Darlin', your glasses. She leaned back and frantically searched me for any visible marks. Yeah, Malls, I can't believe you took an elbow to the face. Molly Shakespeare, the newest member of Fight Club. It was friggin' hilarious. Cass laughed, holding her stomach as if it were hurting. She suddenly lost her smile. Where's my chips and root beer? I didn't quite get around to it, Cass. She pouted and crossed her arms in disappointment. Did we win? Ally wrapped an arm around my shoulders. Win? We completely smashed darlin'. After Rome kissed you. He went back on the field a different person and hit every pass, every play. He was friggin' MVP. My eyes bugged. Well, that's good, right? Most valuable player? Good? Honey, people were saying it was your kiss. That gave him some much-needed good luck. I stepped back and viewed her skeptically. Why would that be lucky? It turned his game right round, a full 180. She smiled and clapped excitedly. Cass put her hands on my waist and turned me to face the Jumbotron. You see? Bloody hell. The guys that control the screen had worked hard in my absence. The collage playing on repeat began with Rome missing a series of plays. It then cut to me being piled upon by two drunken idiots, being smacked in the face with an elbow, and falling to the floor. It looked worse than it had felt. Next, Rome was running off the field, ignoring the coach, leaving his teammates gaping after his retreating form, then capturing my face in his hands and leaning in for a kiss. The final segment showed his 3 winning touchdown shots that I'd missed while in the medical room. It was too much. My heartbeat took off at a feverish rate. And my chest tightened. I hated being the center of attention, and being broadcast to thousands of people was more than I could handle. Add Romeo's kiss into the mix, and I was an anxious-ridden mess. I was a firm believer that not everyone should be in the spotlight. I put myself first in that queue. I turned slowly to face the field where Rome was doing interviews and, surprise, surprise, Shelley jumped in the shot next to him, kissing him on the cheek, acting the proud girlfriend. I felt my heart plummet as I stared at Shelley and Rome together, and one thing became glaringly obvious: I was way out of my league. I'd been so friggin' stupid in coming here, in thinking anything could happen with someone like Rome. He was the most popular guy on campus, lusted after by a stampede of aggressively determined girls, and I was a bookworm, a painfully private introvert. Romeo Prince should be with someone like Shelley. Someone who fit seamlessly into his high-pressured, glamorous life. I turned to Ally and Cass, trying to hide my emotions. I'm off home. I have to get back to study. I'll catch you guys later. I walked out of the stadium before they could put up a protest and tried, over and over, to forget the feel of Romeo's beautifully soft lips against mine. To quote Romeo himself, easier said than done. Chapter 7. Malls, get your juicy English ass out. We're gettin' trashed and need the fourth musketeer. Seriously, Cass, for the last time, I'm gonna pass, but thanks anyway. A loud rustling blasted through the speaker and I had to hold my phone away from my ear. Cass was clearly already intoxicated. Friggin' moonshine. Molly? Molly. Ally had taken charge of the phone. I'm here, Ally. You sure you won't come, darlin'? I don't like that. You're alone in your room and everyone's here having a good time. Seriously, Ally, I'm fine. I'm just tired. There was a long pause, allowing me to hear the Zac Brown band and loud chattering booming in the background. Fine, darlin'. I'll catch you in the morning. But if you change your mind, call me. Okay, hun. Have fun. I pressed end and slumped to my bed, rubbing my thumb across the screen, staring at the wallpaper of a pink lotus flower in a tranquil pond. Once I'd arrived home, I'd showered and changed into my old faded pink nightdress, declining any invitations to hit up one of the parties celebrating the big football win. Cass, Lexi, and Ally had decided to attend Rome's fraternity's party across the street and had tried everything in their arsenal to get me to join them. I needed to distance myself from all things Romeo Prince, so I made my excuses not to go. I was smart enough to know I was falling for him, big time, and the battalion of butterflies in my stomach, the jitters of my heart, and the countless erotic dreams that were haunting my sleep confirmed that emphatically for me. The time I'd spent with Romeo on our own over the past week had cranked my feelings up a notch and I just didn't know how to deal with what we were to each other. So my plan, though admittedly not exactly CIA-worthy, was to just avoid being in such close proximity to the Tide's superstar QB. That plan began effective immediately. Shifting around my bed, I let loose my long hair, feeling the end skirt across my lower spine, set to massaging my scalp from the strain of holding the mass of curls all day, and settled myself under the soft lilac covers with a good book. I picked up my dog-eared copy of Jane Eyre and happily settled into the world of Old England, Mr. Rochester, and lost myself in its pages. About an hour later, I was completely engrossed and slouched in relaxation when I heard a tapping noise. I darted my eyes around my empty room, the only light coming from the soft red glow of the lamp beside my bed. I began to feel nervous. I was the only sister in the entire house. When I heard it again, I jumped up, standing in the middle of the room. It was coming from the doors of my balcony. I cautiously crept forward and twisted the lock, checking that no strange men were waiting on the other side. When I slid the door open, there were pebbles scattered around the red-tiled floor. I stepped forward, letting the gentle evening breeze wrap around me, and bent to pick up a stone. Just as I was standing up, more landed on my shoulder. I took a deep breath and walked to the rails and risked a peek over. At first all I saw was darkness. Then from it stepped a figure. Shakespeare? There was no mistaking that sexy southern drawl. Romeo moved from the shadows into the glimmer of the light coming from the porch. His large frame silhouetted in the dusky glow, and he looked absolutely gorgeous. He was back to normal, low-faded blue jeans and a sleeveless tied t-shirt in red, and I tried to stop the excitement racking through my body. "Hey, mole," he whispered with a coy smile. "Hey, you," I answered quietly. "What are you doing here?" "I came to see you." "You did? Why?" I was genuinely shocked. I assumed he would be out celebrating the win. Rome hunched his broad shoulders and tucked his hands in his pockets, casting a shy glance in my direction. Because I noticed you weren't out. He stepped farther forward, making it easier for me to see him. And I wanted to check you were okay after today. I've been thinking about you all night. Shouldn't you be with Shelley? Why the fuck would I be with her? I shrugged. She was with you after the game, the two of you looked cozy. I thought you might have wanted to celebrate with her tonight. His whole body stiffened. Let's get this straight right now. She's not fucking anything to me. Never will be. His head cocked to the side as he stared up at me. Is that why you bailed on the party? 'Cause you thought I'd be with that conniving bitch? I grimaced at this whole conversation. Rome, I just didn't fancy the party tonight, that's all. You go and enjoy yourself. You don't need to check on me. I'm not going anywhere. My heart beat rapidly as I stared at him directly below my room, assuring me nothing was happening with Shelley. I relaxed and realized just how much I'd been strung out over the thought of him with someone else. I peered over the railing and couldn't control the slip of a chuckle that escaped my throat. Chocolate eyes narrowed, menacingly. What you finned in, so funny, Shakespeare? That Romeo has come to my balcony to strive for my attention. I muffled my mouth with my hand before clasping them together and resting them against my shoulder. The orchard walls are high and hard to climb, and the place death, considering who thou art. If any of my kinsmen find thee here, they will murder thee. I batted my eyelashes for extra effect. An arch pulled at his top lip as he unsuccessfully fought a smirk. How the hell do you know that from memory? I've read it about 100 times. It's beautifully tragic. I snorted a laugh. Kind of like us, don't you think? Romeo disappeared from my view and I detected the sound of rustling. I ran to the farthest corner of my balcony to see what he was doing, and there he was, scaling the wooden trellis that ran up the wall. Romeo, be careful. What the hell are you doing? Reaching for the next piece of fragile wood, he looked up with a playful glint in his eye. Coming to see my Juliet. I stumbled backwards. He was coming up to see me, in my room, alone. Fuck. Two hands gripped my stone balcony rail and Rome pulled himself over the top, righting himself on his feet and dusting his hands on his fitted jeans. When he glanced up at me, his breath stilled and his hands froze on his thighs, taking in the sight of me in my nightdress. Casting a glimpse down, I inwardly cringed at my state of exposure. I lifted my head to explain that I was already in bed when he turned up, but he was already before me, a hair's breadth away. Big dark eyes drank in every curve of my body, his long pink tongue licking full lips, and I watched as his wandering eyes made their way from my hips to my breasts. Rome lifted a hand and ran it through my long, wavy hair. I like your hair down, he said in a rough voice, as though it pained him to speak. I automatically went to fiddle with my locks, but instead, my palm landed on top of his. I went to pull it back when his fingers captured mine and he lowered them to our sides. As I looked down, his thumb stroked across my palm, causing shivers to race up my arms. Rome gently moved my hair from my shoulder, his index finger running up and down the exposed skin in a hypnotizing motion. My eyes closed and my nipples hardened, brushing almost painfully against the light cotton fabric. Romeo? What are you doing? Minty breath tickled the skin on my face. I ain't sure. But I don't want to stop. Rome, I don't think. I snapped open my eyes at the sudden piercing sound of sorority sisters drunkenly returning to the house, interrupting our moment. If they tried hard enough, they would be able to see us up here. Touching, caressing, getting closer by the second. Rome nuzzled into my neck, my back arched by instinct, surrendering to his forward ministrations. We need to stop. Groaning, Rome licked at my sun-kissed skin. No. Mole. I've held off for long enough. I've tried to take things slow, but no more. I won't be a nothin' to you anymore. I want you. I want you, so fucking bad. Rome. This isn't a good idea. I can't do this. Sure you can, he said with a humored edge to his voice, his hands drifting low on my waist. I pushed on his hard chest. Please, just, hold on a moment. Romeo stepped back and blinked in surprise. What? I asked in reaction to his sudden stillness. No one's ever told me no before. He was completely at a loss. Are you serious? Deadly. That's pathetic. He skirted forward with a grin, his fingertips ghosting down my arm and settled upon my hip, gripping the flimsy material. But true. He visibly swallowed, a flash of nervousness sneaking through. You don't want this? You don't want me? Romeo. What? He asked impatiently. I dragged my hands down my face. You're a lot to take on, you know. I know. He exhaled a long breath with a cocky, crooked smile. I don't know what you want from me. You tie me up in knots and I'm not used to it. Edging in closer, he wrapped his arms around my waist, stating, then let me show you what I want. Stop fucking fightin' this. I tried to break from his hold. No, Rome, this is just. I wanna be with you, he pushed, his big brown eyes almost pleading. Come on, mole. I need you. Tell me you get me. Tell me you're as fucking into me as I am you. I closed my eyes and felt his hands move to my lower back, my insides quivering in response. It felt too good. There was no contest, no prolonged internal debate. I was going to give in. Come inside, I said huskily, my voice laced with longing. Romeo pressed his forehead against mine and sighed in sheer relief. Fuck. Yeah. Taking his hand, I led him from the balcony and slid the door quietly to a close. As I turned the lock, I felt warmth at my back, and Rome wrapped his arms back around my waist, his hands massaging my stomach through the thin material as he leaned in and pressed a soft kiss just below my earlobe. Gentle fingers moved to my hips and jerked me back towards his groin, which hardened in response to my contact. I twirled in his arms and in the instant I faced him, his lips found their home against mine. At first his movements were soft, skimming across my mouth, tracing their delicate shape with his own. My hands skirted upwards and into his hair, pulling him closer. His tongue probed against my lips and he pushed forwards, stroking it against mine in sweet, twisting caresses. I was lost to him. I knew in that moment that things had categorically changed for me, that there was no going back to my pre-Romeo state. My body wanted what he offered and my heart wouldn't allow me to resist. Rome twisted me in his arms and, without breaking our kiss, pushed me backwards until my legs hit the bed and we glided down, his hard body landing flush against mine. Loud moans of approval urged me further, and I met his enthusiasm with everything I had. My hands moved from his hair to the hem of his shirt, slipping under, and my fingers traced circles on his back. As he groaned into my mouth, the growl vibrating against our dueling tongues. His hand smoothed down my waist and kept heading south. Long, experienced fingers stroked my thigh ever so slightly, and his mouth tore from mine. Romeo's gaze dropped down and I felt his hand travel north, passing the bottom of my nightdress. I immediately stopped his hand and he froze, his eyes shooting back to mine. I can't. It's going too fast, I whispered and looked away in embarrassment. He sighed, his hand moved from underneath my nightdress, and he took my chin between his finger and thumb. Don't do that, he stated firmly. Do what? Feel bad for stoppin'. Never feel bad for that. When I have you, it'll be when I have you writhen in need. Beggin' me to fuck you. Never feel bad for stoppin'. When you give yourself to me, you'll be so wet that you can't fucking stand it. When I give myself to you? I asked, slightly pissed off at his assumption that I'd be unable to resist his charms, but at the same time so friggin' turned on. When you give yourself to me, he replied knowingly. My mouth dropped. You're confident. I might refuse. You. He shrugged dismissively and traced around my knee with his index finger. We're gonna happen. We both know it's true, and I'm countin' the days until I get inside you and make you come, over and over again. He rolled his lips, moisture causing them to shine. Fuckin'. Count in the minutes. I struggled to think and I urged him back towards my hot mouth, desire trumping logic. With a frustrated grunt he pushed me off onto the mattress, reproach in his standoff posture. I shouldn't have pushed you. You're not ready. You didn't. It's just that I'm not very experienced, and His eyes widened and he reared back. Shit, are you a virgin? I pulled down the hem of my dress and kneeled up. His shocked eyes never left mine as I tucked my hair behind my ear. No, not a virgin, but I'm not exactly skilled in all things seductive. I've only ever slept with one person. And only one time, this past year, I rushed out in one breath. A glimpse of possessiveness flickered across his face. And his muscles bunched. When did this happen? When I was at Oxford. Oliver and I. Oliver, he snapped coldly. Yeah, Oliver Bartholomew. He lost his anger and fought a smirk. I narrowed my eyes. What? Oliver Bartholomew? Very British. He is British. As am I. Quit making fun. I rolled over and folded my arms. He dragged me back to face him, failing to hide his amusement. Okay. I'm sorry. I unfolded my arms, unable to remain annoyed, and took his hand in mine. So, Oliver, was he your boyfriend? Yeah, I suppose. I tried to have him as a boyfriend. Anyway. Tried? Yeah. I don't really get close to people. I tried. With him, but, in the end, I just couldn't do it. We'd been sort of dating for a few months, coffee dates, study partners, that type of thing, and I decided to just take the next step, just get it over with. He wanted it badly. I was indifferent. So I thought, why not? Ollie was sweet to me. And I liked him well enough. The sex, not so much. He recoiled in horror, dropping my hand. What? You didn't like sex? I blushed in embarrassment, picking at the loose threads of cotton on my sheet. It was awkward, fumbled, and not everything it was hyped up to be. Romeo ran a finger down the length of my arm, watching the skin bump in its wake. Ollie just didn't do it right. A second wave of goosebumps spread along my exposed skin. He noticed my traitorous reaction and smiled knowingly. I imagine with you, Shakespeare, it'd be like nothing else. I've never wanted anything so much in my damned life, to taste you, feel you, hear you screamy name. Romeo, I shifted to give us both space before things spiraled too far. He reached out and held my arm. I'll stop, but I won't hide the fact that I want it real bad, Shakespeare. Real fucking bad. I groaned, dramatically slamming my pillow over my head, hearing Romeo's throaty chuckle beside me. He pulled the pillow down, exposing my eyes, raising an eyebrow in question of my strange behavior. We need to find something to do, Rome. I really need distracting right now. He smiled widely, teeth gleaming. You've stolen my line, Shakespeare. Ain't I the one that's meant to say that to you? I giggled. Probably, but I'm about ready to jump your bones and would prefer not to tonight if it could be helped. I'd like it if I didn't go from near virgin to slut after one night in your friggin' company. Romeo threw his head back, barking out in laughter, and I joined him, unable to resist. He took my hand and wrapped it in his. What should we do, then, near virgin? Just so you don't give in and jump my bones? Although it's mighty temptin' for me to just let you do your thing. I slapped his chest playfully. I have just the thing, if you're game. Romeo tapped my arse as I jumped off my bed. I shook my head in admonishment and inserted a DVD into my player. Climbing back on the mattress, I laid a chaste kiss on Rome's lips and sat back to rest against the head frame. Butterflies fluttering in my stomach. The film began and Rome nudged my shoulder, mirth in his chocolatey gaze. Monty Python's Life of Brian? It's Python. Romeo lifted his arm and placed it around my shoulders. If I don't get to be inside you right now, I suppose Python is an okay substitute. Swallowing hard, I met his gaze, detecting the blatant lust in his eyes. Alright, well. He burst out laughing at my stuttering. Shifting off the bed and straightening my nightdress, I pointed at Romeo and ordered, stay put. I'll go grab the snacks. Chapter 8. He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. Best line ever. Romeo chuckled at my impression as he finished off the rest of the popcorn. I snatched the bowl from his hands and gaped. You're meant to be an athlete. Isn't that an overload of starky carby crappiness for you or something? You've polished it all off, you greedy bugger. He waggled his brows, flexing his muscled arms. I'm a Fucking machine, Shakespeare. Popcorn's no match for me. I held up my hands, palms forward. Sorry, I forgot I was talking to the bullet. Romeo's hands shot out, grabbing my wrists, and he threatened, "Don't," with a harsh tone. I didn't stop, assuming he was joking, and shuffled closer to his laid-out body. Allah Abba Mama. Get to your feet for your hometown quarterback, Romeo, bullet. Prince. I mimicked the roar of the crowd and began to sing his personal Jumbotron stat song. There's a bullet in the gun. There's a fire in your heart. You will move all mountains that stand in your path. He jerked me forwards and I landed against his torso. With a smack, my nose almost flush against his. Quit it. Shakespeare. Fuck. I frowned at his mood, wrenching my wrists from his grip, sitting back. I'm only kidding. You don't have to be so bloody grumpy with me. Rome's sudden troubled gaze turned to stare out of the window. I know, sorry, but I fucking hate all that shit. You don't know how much I don't want to be the bullet to you. You're the first person to ever not be affected by all the football fame. He looked back at me once again, cupping my cheeks. To you. I just want to be Rome. My stomach flipped and I leaned in to press a soft kiss to his cheek. I'm not affected by the football fame, not at all, but I can't deny that it really was something watching you out there today. Don't you get nervous in front of all those people? Nah. Used to it now. This is my 4th year with the Tide. However, this has been the worst season so far, by a yard. Well, up until today, that is. The sounds of smashing bottles from outside echoed around the room, and I shuffled to his side, laying my head on his chest, loving how it was between us, right, easy. Rome happily picked up a piece of my hair and wound it around his finger, only to let go and do it again. So, MVP? I asked quietly after a few minutes, enjoying the little tranquil oasis we'd created in my purple and white room. Yeah. Crazy considerin' I couldn't hit a truck for the first half. His gaze flickered to mine and down again. He seemed nervous. The fans and team are pumped, sayin', it's because of you. That you're my good luck charm, all. From that one sweet kiss. I froze and my breathing stopped, the trigger hitting me hard. I could feel my heart stop, and pins and needles devoured my arm. My hand slapped to my chest and I rubbed it against my sternum, willing the sensation to go. To just disappear. I focused on my breathing and remembered Grandma's advice, breathe in for 5. Through your nose and slowly out through your mouth. Alarmed, Rome lifted his head, his face stricken with worry. What? What's wrong? What did I say? He reached for my hand. I squeezed my eyes shut and once again the threat of an anxiety attack seemed to pass at his touch. Rome smoothed back my hair from my sticky forehead. What is it, mole? Tell me. I'm sorry, it's just something that my grandma used to say to me. It took me back to those days. I panicked. I was just surprised when you said it. Of all the ways to say what you did, you quoted her word for word. His hand remained in my hair, kneading the back of my neck. What did she say to you? What did I say? That I had sweet kisses. I smiled weakly at the bittersweet memory. Grandma would say that one sweet kiss from me would make any problem just that little bit easier. An endearing smile flitted across Romeo's face. I believe she might be right. She must have been a wise woman, because that's exactly what you did for me tonight. At the game. Tears filled my eyes as I thought of the woman who raised me, the missing part of my heart. She was everything to me. We used to say we were a matching set. When she died, she took half of my soul with her. I don't like to think of my past too much. It kills me to remember all that I've lost. I fought back tears as Romeo remained silent, just letting my sadness abate. After a time, I settled back against the pillow and listened to the laughter and fun outside. Rome stayed at my side, staring at our hands as he played with my fingers. So you walked out of your own party? I tried to move us on. You weren't there, he answered immediately. He didn't even have to think about it. I shifted onto my elbow, admiring the 3 small freckles that sat on the bridge of his nose. Do I matter that much to you? Do you really not know? I shook my head and he quickly pinned me to the bed below him, trapping my arms at my side. I like the way you are with me. I like me when I'm with you. I feel like I could tell you anything, that I could bear my fucking black soul. You make me feel, well, you know. You get me? His head dipped forward shyly. I smiled at his bashful reply. I get you, Romeo. His lip curled into a smirk. I just hope anything I reveal to you wouldn't be used against me in a public lecture. Grimacing, I freed a hand and combed my fingers through his long blonde hair, his head leaning into the touch. I'm really sorry about that. It was so wrong of me. But that night on the balcony, I thought we'd made a connection, and when Shelley jumped into your arms, I was so mad. I felt betrayed. It's stupid. Rome ran a finger down my cheek. It's not stupid. I felt the pull between us two. I was just shocked at Shell. 1 minute you and I were Logan and talkin', the next she was burstin' through the door, attackin' me. I saw your face as you left, and that was what it took for me to finally realize that I was officially done with her, with all of them. I told her we were through and no amount of plead-in and plot-in with my parents would change anything. Done with all of them? All of the girls? He dropped a kiss on the tip of my nose. I haven't been with anyone since the day I met you. For the first time in my life, I want to be with just one person. I want to be with you. It's all a little new for me. Hell has officially frozen over and I'm crossin' to the monogamy dark side. I giggled. Really? Really? What about your parents' engagement plan for you and Shelley? They won't like that you're with me now. His lip curled in disgust and his expression darkened. Fuck em. I don't care. But I said fuck em, mole, don't want to talk about it. I moved a stray hair from his cheek, contemplating why he was so hostile. Tell me what kind of business yours and Shelley's parents have? What's worth the pressure on you both to marry? His mouth tightened and he rolled his eyes in defeat. Oil. My father is in oil. Owns a lot of oil. Then, you're rich, he offered with a humorless smile. Well, yeah. My father is rich. The company is responsible for a lot of jobs round Bama. Rome pulled my hand to lie across his chest. I don't care about the money, mole. I'm sick and tired of them trying to dictate my life. I placed a kiss on his cheek and settled back down. Shelley must be pissed that you dumped her once and for all. He dragged his palms over his face. It's like she lives in her own little world. I tell her we're nothin', and she nods and tells me to take some time to think it through, that I'll come to my senses. I assure her again that incompletely done with her games, and she pats my arm and announces that she understands the pressure I'm under and therefore knows I'm not thinking straight. How the fuck do you get through to someone that crazy? I couldn't help the laugh that escaped. I don't know. Rome pursed his lips, ebbing the flow of his laughter. What? I asked, realizing he was studying my face. Tapping the tape on my glasses, he answered, nice. Stealin', Shakespeare. You trendsettin'? Yeah, well, they're my only pair. It's this or being as blind as a bat. I'm trying to rock the whole shabby chic thing until I get paid. Oh, you're rockin' it, all right. You're rockin' it real good. The party outside suddenly increased in volume and Luke Bryan's deep voice pumped through the stereo at a deafening decibel count. Rome and I got up to check out. The commotion from the balcony, watching a blanket of the drunken students dancing and making out in force. Warm breath fanned past my ear and red-hot frisons trickled down my spine. Rome laid his chin on my shoulder, eyes fixed on the scene below, encasing me in a trap between his strong, tanned arms. It's gonna be all kinds of awkward climbin' down your balcony into that mosh pit. My eyes widened and my pulse raced. People will talk, Rome. He peppered kisses across my bare shoulder blade. I'd noticed since he'd arrived tonight, he was always touching me in some small way. Then let them talk. I don't care. But I do. I don't want them to think I'm just another one of your floozies. I'm not like that. His arms tightened, indicating his anger. They wouldn't fucking dare think that. I'd make sure of it. Would you? His bulky arm snaked around my waist, drawing me to his chest, his mouth flushed to my ear. Don't mistake yourself for one of the others, mole. You're much, much more. I'll gladly convince anyone who thinks otherwise. Why am I more? I don't get it. You just are. You somehow give me peace in my completely fucked up world. You get me, no one has before. It's that simple. A burst of pure happiness directly hit my heart and I turned, my nose drifting across Romeo's cheek. You can stay here if you'd like. But, just to sleep, to avoid having to answer people's questions. Rome's teeth grazed my neck, nibbling at the skin, and he groaned. Fuck, I'd like that, mole, probably too damn much. Gripping my hand and walking backwards, Rome led me into my room. I closed the purple drapes and moved nervously towards my bed. I watched as he crossed his arms around his waist, pulled his shirt over his head, revealing a tattooed large black A on his left pectoral muscle. I recognized it as the sign for Alabama football. Heat spread between my legs and I shuffled on the mattress as I admired his bronzed skin and rippled muscles. His second inking was a beautiful calligraphy. Script running down his ribs on his right-hand side, too complex to read from a distance. My breathing turned shallow as his hands snapped open. The top button of his low jeans, highlighting his hard stomach and his defined V. The heavy material dropped to the floor and Rome walked towards me, dressed only in his black boxer briefs that highlighted his thick muscular thighs and the fact that he was fairly excited about our newfound closeness. A third tattoo lay on his hip, in the almost exact position I had mine. The large script read one day. My curiosity was piqued. Romeo reached the side of my bed and flipped back the lilac covers, causing my thighs to clench at the sheer need. Accosting my body. He climbed in and his scent hit me like a ton of bricks, sensual, fresh, and sexy as hell. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling, unsure about how to proceed. He placed his arm around my waist and jerked me back. His skin felt red-hot against my back and the slow motion movement of his hips caused me to moan out loud. Rome tucked his head into the spot below my ear. We need to try and sleep or things will get out of control. I only have so much restraint. Oh, okay, I replied breathlessly, and I placed my glasses on the table beside me. Night, Shakespeare, he murmured as his hand ran up and down my stomach. Night, Romeo. He huffed into my thick hair, causing a strand to drape over my chest. I actually like the sound of my name on your lips. Something I never thought would happen. I think it's the English accent. It sounds all proper, like the way Shakespeare intended. No one calls me Romeo, has ever called me Romeo. I don't allow it. But weirdly, I like it when you do. I tried to turn, but his arms held me like a vice. I settled for kissing our intertwined hands instead, lilting, what's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet, so Romeo would, were he not. Romeo called. Romeo exhaled a sharp hiss from his lips and his hips undulated between my thighs. Don't, please. Why don't you allow it? I asked tentatively, pushing back against his movements. Long story. We have time. Not now, he said with finality in his tone and a squeeze of his arms, his tongue grazing my skin as he rocked even closer. I fought my need, stilling his hips with my hands, swiftly changing the subject to a safer topic, ignoring his sigh of protest. What does the tattoo on your rib say? The greatest accomplishment is not in never falling, but in rising again when you fall. It's Vince Lombardi. The words spoke to me as if they directly related to my life. I closed my eyes and watched the inspiring words circle through my head like a mantra. It's beautiful. This Vince Lombardi philosopher must be good. Why have I never heard of him? He chuckled and playfully tugged on the ends of my hair. What now? I asked, exasperated. He was a football coach. A very famous football coach. Oh. I really need to get up to speed on all things football. His hold tightened around my waist. I'd like it if you didn't. You're not impressed by the hoopla that comes with me playing football, and I never want you to be either. It's better if you don't know in depth what it all means to folks round here. You mean you really don't want me to call you Bullet? I teased. Fuck no. Whatever makes you happy. Sleep, mole, he repeated through clenched teeth, or we'll end up doing what makes me incredibly fucking happy. I had to bite my lip to stop the soliciting moan, threatening to burst free. One more question, then I'll sleep. He sighed. One more. You're pushin' your luck. Why one day? He stiffened. I ran my finger over his hand and he relaxed, pressing a kiss on the top of my spine. That I'd leave this place, one day. Be my own person, one day. Do what I want, one day, he said so quietly I had to strain to hear. Water filled my eyes at his heartbreaking answer. Has it always been so bad for you? That was 2 questions, Shakespeare. I agreed to one. Now, sleep. I gave up, settling into his strong arms. After 5 minutes of worried thinking, I stated, Romeo? I don't want everyone to know about us yet. I want to keep our relationship to ourselves. He withdrew his arms from around my stomach and slowly rolled to sit on the side of the bed, dropping his head in his hands. I get it. You're embarrassed to be with me. Bullet, the aggressive, Horan, QB, not boyfriend. Material, right? But good for a few fucks in secret. I reached over, gripping his arm and nuzzling his back. What? No. I'm just nervous. Nervous of what? He turned to face me, worried. Look, I'm not what you go for. I don't look like the others, polished, perfect, 20/20 vision. I caught the flash of amusement in his eyes. Please, can we just wait a bit longer before the whole campus finds out? For my sake? It's going to take some adjustment on my part to be with you. I just need some time. He pressed his forehead to mine, lips tight. I want to show everyone I'm with you now. I'm not fucking hidin' us, and I don't give a shit what people think. As for my past, that's not what I want with you. I want more. Don't you get that by now? Christ. It still didn't change anything. Please. Just for a while. You're Romeo Prince. Your reputation scares me a little. Let's just be us in private for a while, see how it goes without anyone else interfering. He released a loud, pissed-off sigh and shook his head. Fuck, mole. Please. Fine. We'll keep it quiet. I don't fucking like it, but I'll do it for you, even if the thought of us being a secret makes me wanna punch someone square in the face. I'd scared and shook my head disapprovingly. What now? He complained. You, swearing so bloody much. Do you have to use the F word in every single sentence you say? Fuck yeah, he answered with a smug grin, pushing me down to the bed and pressing kisses all across my face. I squealed and took his hand, stopping the assault, wrapping it across my waist, forcing him to cuddle in behind me. And by the way, you won't be hitting anyone anymore. I pacify you, remember? Sleep. Do as you're told for once, for both our sakes. He said rigidly, and I closed my eyes, feeling safe. Wrapped in his strong embrace. Chapter 9. I walked towards the cafeteria, slightly drained from the ethics lecture I'd just attended. Actually, scratch that, I was slightly drained from the lack of sleep I'd had over the past few nights, due to Romeo's frequent bedtime visits. I couldn't help the smile that drifted on my lips as I thought of how tender and sweet he was with me, how he never pushed me further than I was willing to go and Seemed to adore me, telling me I was different to any other girl he'd ever met. Crazy. I was almost at the door, lost in my thoughts, when I spotted Romeo outside on his phone. I smiled and moved to say hello when I caught sight of his distraught face, his hand on his forehead, and lips pursed in anger as he snapped to his collar in short, sharp grunts. Without noticing me, he ended the call and headed back inside, but not before he kicked over the trash can with a loud arg and marched through the doors, students scrambling out of his way, sensing danger and running for self-preservation. Entering the cafeteria, I joined my friends, discreetly watching Rome as he pounded through the room with heavy feet, yanked out his chair, and sat with the football team, pinching the bridge of his nose, face stern with anger. Meatloaf. I love me some meatloaf. Cass caught my attention as she dug into her lunch with utmost vigor, and Ally and Lexi were talking about the club we were apparently hitting on Saturday night. "You're in, Malls, yeah?" Ally asked as I took my sandwich from my bag. "Sure," I replied. I'd never been clubbing before, so, no doubt, it would be an interesting experience. Cass was officially going steady with the lovable Jimmy Don, and he was taking her dancing after the game. The three of us tagging along and making a night of it. Conversation moved on to appropriate outfit choices and hairstyles, and I took the opportunity to cast another covert glance at Rome, who it seemed had been staring at me for a while. He acknowledged me with a subtle tilt of the chin. I gripped my seat to stop myself from striding towards him and asking if he was okay. Word had spread about his official disassociation with Shelley, and even more girls than usual were making their play for the all-star QB, and my inner tether was straining with every bat of a lash or flick of an overprocessed ponytail. Ally seemed to have picked up on my frustration and frowned, glancing between Rome and me while she nibbled on her carrot sticks. I decided to just avoid her scrutiny. Rome fended off the horde of girls with a shake of his head or an uninterested wave. It made me deliriously happy, but the questionable glances from his teammates at his reproof of the bevy of beautiful girls vying for his attention made me realize that we wouldn't be able to keep our relationship quiet for long. I didn't think his patience or my calm would last anyhow. After about 15 minutes, Shelley entered the cafeteria with her trademark loud, annoying laugh. Catching sight of me, she stormed over and glared at me with pure hatred, distorting her plastic face. The room fell silent. "God, Molly. If I have to see you walking around with these friggin' taped-up glasses on one more day, I'm gonna scream. Don't you own another pair?" She reached forward, and before I knew what had happened, she ripped the glasses from my face and threw them behind her onto the floor, the loud clatter thunderous in the quiet hall. I stood to confront her, but as I started to rise, she pushed on my shoulder, causing me to smack back down. "Sit your ass down when I'm talking to you." She leaned in a fraction from my face. "What's wrong? Mama and Daddy got no money, sweetie? You poor, Molly." Despite my best efforts, each of her words lashed me with a paralyzing whip of poison, her venom hitting every intended target with perfection. I wanted to fight back, wanted to hold my own, but her words crippled me, exposed every fear I felt. "Enough." An angry roar echoed throughout the room. "Back the hell off her. What are you, 21 or 12. Heavy footsteps drew closer and a hand touched my shoulder and slipped my glasses back onto my face. I tipped my head up and Rome was stood behind me, fuming at Shelley, who paled to a deathly shade of white as she registered that his hands were touching my body. "Get your hands off her," she seethed. Rome fixed her with a taunting grin. "Get it through your head. We're not together, never will be. Time to cut the shit." He fixed his attention to the entire student body. Arms spread wide. "Despite what shit she may be spewing, know that I am not with her, never have been, and anything she says is utter bullshit." Lexi and Cass were staring at me with their mouths dropped in shock, darting their eyes from me to Rome to Shelley and back again. Ally had her arms crossed and satisfied amusement shone from her every pore. Romeo bent his head and whispered in a tight voice, "You okay?" I nodded but kept my head dropped low in embarrassment. He grasped my hand, pulling me from my chair, the action causing our fellow students to murmur and gossip in question at his strange behavior towards the quiet Brit. "Get your purse, Shakespeare. We're leavin'." I reached for my tasseled brown bag and tried to keep up with his pace as he stormed out of the doors, the force causing them to crash against the wall, leaving a shell-shocked Shelley stood alone in rage. We pounded along the pavement of the quad. I was almost running to keep up. "Romeo, slow down. Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my breathing in check. We stopped at a huge new black Dodge truck and he pulled the passenger side open. "Get in," he ordered aggressively. I jumped on the seat and he slammed the door shut. Romeo climbed into the driver's side and switched on the engine. Hard metal music came pumping through the speakers and he spun his wheels as we shot out of the car park. I didn't know what to say. I'd never seen anyone so livid. After 2 songs featuring an awful lot of drums and gravelly screaming, Rome began to relax his white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. "Sure you're okay?" he asked in a strained voice. "Yes. A little embarrassed, but I'm fine." "How dare she speak to you like that? She's such a bitch. Why the hell did I waste so much of my fucking time on her?" he spat out as he hit his fist on the dashboard. "You took the words right out of my mouth." His lip curled into a reluctantly amused smirk. We weaved in and out of streets, and I laid my head against the window as the city passed by in a blur and I tried to numb my memory of Shelley's viciously accurate words. We pulled to a stop outside University Mall. I lifted my head off the window and when I turned towards Romeo, he was leaning against his hand watching me. "Mole, I'm so sorry for what she said to you about your parents. I can't imagine how that must have felt." His brown eyes were pained. I reached across and placed my hand on his knee. "You have nothing to apologize for." He covered my hand with his. "Not true. She's rippin' on you because she sees my interest. Saw it from our very first kiss. You're the enemy now, Mole, and I can't say sorry enough for that. I put you in this position and she's gonna try and make your life hell." I couldn't help but smile at his concerned words, and I shifted closer along the seat to lay my head on his shoulder. He sighed and hooked his bare arm around my neck. I ran my appreciative gaze along his staple sleeveless shirt, this time in blue, his faded jeans, and brown, worn cowboy boots. He rocked that look like no one else could, true country boy. After minutes of quiet, comfortable solace in his arms, I lifted my head. Rome, who was on the phone earlier? Outside the cafeteria? He stiffened and released a slow, steady breath. You saw? Yeah. I don't really want to talk about it. I sighed in disappointment. Okay. Just answer one thing. Was it your parents? His arm tensed around my shoulders and the sound of the clock on the dash ticked loudly in the sudden strained silence. It was several muted seconds before he hushed out, yes. I decided to file my questions on that away for a time. When he wasn't so pissed off. I could see that it had cost him to reveal that tidbit of information. I straightened, confused at my surroundings. Why are we here? Romeo opened his door, took my hand, and pulled me onto the red-hot tarmac. We're getting you some new glasses. Come on, Dot. I halted, pulling his arm back. Romeo, I can't afford them yet. His hard gaze narrowed and his nostrils flared. I'm getting them. Now come on. He tried to pull me in step. Once again. I stood stoic. Romeo, I'm not a charity. I'll get my own bloody glasses when I've saved up enough money. You won't buy them for me. I won't let you. Being poor doesn't embarrass me, taking pity money does. He jerked me into his chest and wrapped his iron arms around my back. Molly, don't fucking push me on this. I indirectly broke the damn glasses with my shit pass. I riled up Shelley by showing everyone that I liked you, and I let her ego get too inflated by putting up with her queen of all of Bama shit for the last 3 years. I'm getting you new glasses and you're gonna let me. You don't have a fucking choice. It's not about embarrassment, it's about protectin' what's mine. His hard voice brooked no argument. Ordinarily I would have been pissed if someone ordered me around in such a way, but his alpha, take charge, nose-hit attitude had me swaying in uncensored lust right where I stood. Rough hands ran up my back to grip my hair and roam. Tilted my head to meet his determined gaze. You get me? I relented and expelled a defeated sigh. I get you. Placing a warm kiss on my head, Romeo took my hand firmly in his and led me into the large complex. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just tilt your head back and open wide. Yes, like that, Anne. Are they in? The ophthalmologist asked as I blinked at a furious rate to expel the excess solution. The world seemed to correct itself. Yeah, I think that's it. How do they look? I walked to the mirror and for the first time in years saw myself clearly without large frames blocking the view. You look very pretty, honey, she gushed sweetly. My eyes, I whispered as I registered every detailed color in my irises, bright brown with flecks of gold, just like my dad always said. I'd never seen them look like that. So vibrant, no barriers in my way, and I reached out to my reflection, running my hand down the glass. Rome had told the ophthalmologist on our arrival to give me only the best and smacked his gold card on the counter, much to my ignored protest. We'd decided on contacts, and I couldn't believe the difference they made to my appearance. So you have a month's supply of lenses and a pair of tortoiseshell Chanel glasses for when you don't want to stick them suckers on your eyeballs. Everything's paid for. Miss Shakespeare, so you're good to go. I took the offered bag from the doctor and felt my face. I smiled and walked into the foyer. Rome sat on a cushioned seat, slouched down, watching some mundane daytime TV show. When he saw movement to the side, he looked over and turned back to the TV before whipping his head back. On a double take. The floored expression on his face said it all. He slowly rose from his chair, his throat moving up and down as he swallowed on his approach. I fiddled with the handles on the white bag and lowered my head. His scuffed brown boots came to a stop before me, and his finger lifted my chin to face him. I glanced up and his full lips parted slightly on a gasp, and he smiled. "You look beautiful, Mole." I blushed and lowered my eyes. His finger lifted it again. "No. Don't hide from me. You have the most stunning eyes. You're kinda blowing me away right now." "Thank you," I said softly, heat rising to my cheeks. Reaching down, he took my hand. "Let's go." "Where are we going now?" I asked on a laugh as he hastily pulled me from the store, dragging me behind. "I want to show you somewhere, and we need to get there quick." Chapter 10. We drove for about 30 minutes, I had no idea where. I'd never been good with directions, so I settled back and enjoyed the scenery. Fields and fields of vibrant greens and yellows whizzed by, corn and wheat fields dominating the view. Blue skies stretched for miles and white fluffy clouds roamed lazily in the late afternoon sun. It was breathtaking. Rome had placed his hand on my knee when we entered the truck and had yet to remove it. I felt his gaze fall on me from time to time and wondered what he was thinking. I hoped only good things. He clicked the blinker on and we turned onto a long driveway. "Almost there," he announced. "Where's there?" "Just somewhere I like to go to be alone." Rome took a sharp left halfway down the drive and pulled onto a bumpy gravel road. We'd traveled about 2 miles when a huge crystal blue-watered creek, surrounded by high trees and brightly colored flowers, came into view. It was simply beautiful. "My God, Rome, it's amazing," I stated, infatuated by the scene before me. Patting my leg, he pulled the truck to a stop behind a large oak tree, opened the driver's door, and walked around to let me out. I hopped down and took his offered hand as we strolled to the sound of flowing water. At the water's edge, he pulled me down to sit beside him on a soft grassy verge. Birds were singing high up in the treetops, crickets were chirping, and the air was warm and still. I don't think I'd ever felt more at peace. Rome was watching me admire my surroundings with a satisfied expression. "Okay, now you seriously have to tell me where we are. It's possibly the prettiest place on earth." He hesitated. "It's the creek at the back of my parents' place." "Your parents' place?" He nodded curtly, tensing his jaw. I whipped my head around, noticing acres and acres of lush land. Turning back to Rome, I asked, "They own all of this?" He laid flat to the floor and ran his hands over his face, murmuring, "It's a plantation, Mole." I stilled. "Plantation? Your parents own an entire plantation?" I roved my eyes around in search of the house. It was well out of sight. He propped himself up on one elbow, rolling a strand of dried grass between his fingers. "Relax, they won't know we're even here. I come here all the time, Mole." It's where I get away from it all. I relaxed some and sighed, shaking my head. What? Rome asked with a frown. This. You. A plantation. We're from completely different worlds. I gestured towards the rolling fields of pinky white cotton, comparing it in my head to the narrow, cobbled streets of my childhood home. Romeo reached for my outstretched hand and brought it to his warm lips. This isn't me, believe me. If only you knew. All this belongs to my parents, not me. I'm just the same me and you're just you, Romeo and Molly Juliet. He cocked his head to the side. Come here. He tugged on my arm. I leaned on my front, supporting my upper body on my forearms. Rome stared up at me. I can't believe how beautiful you look with those lenses in. Your eyes are the strangest golden color. I'm having to try real hard to stop myself from touching you the way I want to. I flushed red and brought my thumbnail to my lip. He watched every movement. You can touch me if you want to, I said nervously. His dark eyes sparkled with lust and his lids lowered. Don't play with fire, Shakespeare. It's too much for a pretty little English girl to cope with. What can I say? I'm a risk taker. Mole, he threatened on a hiss. I crawled slowly to his laid-out body, hands and knees, crunching against the dried grass. His eyes grew wild as I edged closer. Mole, his threat was harder this time. It didn't stop me, though. He made me feel bold. I reached his side and looked right down into the pools of his dark eyes, my rigid bonds of self-control snapping loose as I free fell into Rome's dark and dangerous well. Deft hands moved and smoothed along my bare thighs, up to the hemline of my green dress, inching to just below my panties. Rome's calloused palms ran up and down my legs, gaining height with every stroke, and I leaned down, tentatively brushing my lips against his. Rome let me set the pace as I nipped at his mouth, running the tip of my tongue along his bottom lip. I knew I was testing his boundaries, seeing how far Romeo would let me go. He groaned and pulled on the flesh of my thighs, widening them just a fraction, moving ever closer to my core. I pressed my mouth farther against his, but still not how he wanted it, torturing him in slow caresses. He let me play, tease, and seduce. Feeling braver, I placed my flat palm on his chest and Rome jerked at the contact. My hands began their wander. At first in slow circles. Then I allowed my fingertips to creep down his thin shirt, over his tightening abs, stopping at the waistband of his jeans, my finger slipping just underneath, brushing against the tender skin. In a flash of a second, Romeo's hands bolted up to the tops of my thighs, gripping the inner muscles, and with a vicious growl, he wrenched my legs apart to straddle him. His hardness lying perfectly against my scolding center. My mouth broke from his and I struggled to catch my breath. Rome's eyes were wild, his black irises melting to eradicate the chocolate brown, and I instantly knew I'd untapped some inner desire, snapped his self-restraint. Warm hands snaked around my neck, and Rome's soft mouth crushed to mine. His tongue plundered through the barrier of my lips, filling my mouth with his minty taste. And I let him. I utterly surrendered myself. I was completely taken, and at that moment, I wouldn't have had it any other way. His hands moved from my hair, traveling to my throat, and down to my braless breasts. Next, Rome's palm ran across my sensitive nipple and massaged the hard flesh, my hips rocking back and forth in reaction. His tongue wrapped around mine, and his groans of want grew more desperate. With a final rough caress, Rome's hand left my breast and landed at the bottom of my short dress, slipping under to the edge of my black cotton panties. I was almost crazy with need, and he smirked as he drew back and studied my lust-filled golden eyes. "Romeo," I moaned and closed my eyes in frustration. I needed him so much. Mole. I. My eyes snapped open and pierced his. "Please," I begged, desperate to feel him touch me, really touch me. "Mole. God, you're making me fucking crazy," I could tell he was trying to control himself. "Rome, now," I practically screamed. His fingers wrenched the material of my panties aside, ran along my seam, and as he smashed his lips back to mine, he immediately pushed his long middle finger inside me, stroking gently, my breath stuttering with every advance. "Don't ever tell me what to do." Romeo bent his fingers, tugging forward, causing me to convulse. "Do you hear me?" "Yes. Yes," I said quickly. I loved the way he controlled me, and my body hummed with satisfaction at every order. Romeo moved to get into a better position, my head rolling back at the indescribable sensations currently shattering all my defenses. I hooked my left arm around his neck as he branded me with his eager and pulsing hand. I needed to please him too. I wanted to, so I reached down to snap the button on his jeans, trailing the tab of the zipper down with a suggestive bite of my lip. Romeo froze. "Mole, no, you don't. Let me take care of you. Let me give you what you need. Please." Rome's cocoa eyes clenched shut as I took his large warmth in my hand and stroked him softly. He expelled harsh breaths with every pump. Our movements increased as we both searched for release, and I shifted on his lap as delicious tension began to build within me. Unable to focus, I pressed my forehead against his and moaned as he added another finger. "Ah, Romeo." I had no words. Rome's toned hips thrust furiously into my hand. "Let go, Mole, fucking let go," he growled, and with a final stroke, I broke apart, his mouth clashing against mine to consume my moans. His hand didn't stop its rhythm and drained every ounce of pleasure from my flustered body. Writhing on top of his, I continued to stroke him, and with a guttural grunt, he tilted his hips to the side and came in long, hard bursts, spilling himself onto the grass. As we both gradually slowed our movements to a stop, I wrapped both arms around his neck, and our combined breaths mingled in the small space, Rome's hand still pressed intimately against me. Romeo's fingers stroked leisurely along my sex, and I mewled against his cheek as he nibbled the skin in the crook of my neck. I lifted my head and leaned back so I could look into his deep brown eyes. "Hey, Mole," he croaked, his chest still erratic from his release. I blushed. "Hey, you. You okay?" he asked, searching my eyes for something. I wasn't sure what. I lowered my gaze and nodded. "More than okay." "Look at me," he instructed sternly. I complied eagerly. "You liked that? You liked how I spoke to you, how I ordered you?" He seemed nervous, out of sorts, as though He expected me to be angry. I did like it. I had little experience with sex, but the way he commanded me stirred something within me. It made me feel liberated on some unknown level. Mole, you did like it, didn't you? Vulnerability affected the usual hardness of his voice. I did, Romeo. I didn't know that I'd like it, like that, but I think we both know I did. A small smile transformed his normally hardened features, and he took my hand and ran it across his ribs. Are they all there? I frowned. What? My ribs. Is there one missin'? My hand smoothed up and down his sides. Okay, I think you've lost it. You think you're missing a rib? He exhaled a quiet laugh. Just thought God took one of mine when he made you. Although he was playing, his words made me melt inside. Romeo. At times you're really sweet, you know. That? He winked. Only for you. I kissed the palm of his hand, reflecting on what just happened. It confused me how right it felt, his orders. Demands, instructions, but I didn't want more than that. I could relinquish control to Romeo, but not delve into darker territories. What you thinkin'? Rome cupped my cheeks. I chewed on my thumbnail. When you say you like to order, just how far does that need to dominate go? He chuckled. I'm not a sadist, so you can take that look off your pretty face. I just like to be in control. I don't know. It's how I am. There are some pretty shitty things in my life that I can't have power over, so I need it with the things I'm good at. I just need the assurance that I'm in charge. I'm a good QB 'cause I like to lead, run the show. It's the same with sex. It made sense, he needed control. Not in a sordid way, but as a necessity for his sanity. I liked how you took control. I'm so used to having to be independent and self-sufficient, always making the decisions, and I hate it. That felt freeing, to give myself over to you, to hand over the reins. A strange expression spread on his face, the fierceness of it knocking me back enough to lose balance. Romeo held me steady in his arms. You're mine now, Mole. You know that, right? I've never had anyone respond to me like you do, every move, kiss, and stroke, full and complete surrender of yourself. His fingers, still flat against my heat, picked up speed. I sobbed out a cry and bit the nail of my thumb to hold back the screams. Yes, I'm yours. Rome pulled my thumb into his hand. You're gonna make me crazy with that move, Mole. I'd rather put an object more satisfying there if you need something to play with. I expelled a small gasp. I. In time. Not yet, he assured, somewhat amused. My eyes rolled back. Romeo, your hand is going to satisfy you again. And I'm gonna watch you let loose. I'm gonna watch you unravel in my arms, and I'm gonna love it, Mole. You get that? I'm gonna control your every desire, he hissed through clenched teeth as his fingers plunged deeper inside me. Yes. Yes. And he did. He hit every note with perfection. I shuddered as I let out a shrilled cry and slumped onto his chest. We lay that way for a long time, and he eventually removed his hands from within me, zipped up his jeans, and pulled me to lie across his lap. I closed my eyes and dozed against his warm chest, enjoying the feel Of his light caresses on my cheek, thoroughly exhausted. I woke slowly as Romeo gently twisted me between his legs, laying my back flush against his chest. The sun is settin'. I thought you might like to watch it go down with me. A surge of happiness burst from my heart. I would like that. The sky was blood red, the warmth from the sun casting a pink-hued tint, and the big yellow sphere dropped down to a half circle, dimming the large creek in a smoldering golden glow. Romeo's breath scattered the air at my ear. Tell me about your family, Mole. I flinched as the shards of panic stabbed at my chest. And I stiffened, trying to find some kind of relief. Romeo, on feeling my reaction, grasped my hand in his, folding me in his embrace. His warm, safe embrace. Tell me, Mole, tell me about your family. Why are you filled with such pain? I took a fortifying breath and watched as the last few rebellious flares of the orange sun were dragged down to the horizon. I don't know where to start really. The beginning. I want to know you, all of you, inside and out. The reverence in his voice caused me to tremble. Okay. I shifted into a comfortable position, my head on his chest, hearing the comforting thud of his heart. My mother died at my birth. I was her only child. She died through complications. I squeezed my eyes shut, focusing on Rome's hold, and opened them again to stare at the calm water of the creek, letting the still of the surface soothe me. I've got her picture. I look just like her. She was beautiful too, then, he said as he kissed my exposed shoulder. I blossomed at his words and slouched farther against him. My father had no family except my grandma. She also lived with us. When I was 6, my father died too. I picked up a long blade of grass, running it between my fingers. I remember it like it was yesterday. I came home from school and my grandma was upset and sat in the front room. She told me that my daddy had been taken to heaven. I shook my head, laughing a humorless laugh. At the time I thought I was being punished for being a bad child. It soon became clear that he hadn't died of an illness or because God was punishing me, but that he got up as usual, saw me, his little girl, out of the door for school, got into the bath, and slit his wrists with a razor blade. Rome quietly exhaled behind me, his warm breath causing the hairs on the back of my neck to prickle. Shit. Baby. I didn't think. I'm so sorry. The strength of his compassion enabled me to talk about that day for the first time ever, in depth, to anyone. I've never known how to handle what my father did. I understand that he couldn't live without my mother, but he had me. I needed him. Why couldn't he be strong for me? For Grandma? He said in his suicide letter that one day I would understand, but I don't know how any father could leave his daughter all alone. I could feel myself growing increasingly annoyed. Bitterness dripping from every memory. Rome remained a strong, silent support. The saving grace of this whole fucked up situation, I suppose, was that I was always smart. When I was 7, my teacher admitted me for Mensa testing. I got in. Learned I had an abnormally high IQ, and that's how I coped with things, studying and gaining knowledge. I became obsessed with religion and philosophy, trying to find a reason for my daddy's death, why bad things happen to good people. I never got the answer I was looking for. Then, just when I was getting a handle on my life, Grandma was diagnosed with cancer, and for 3 slow months, I nursed her as she grew weaker by the day, only to eventually die in my arms, the two of us all alone in our small house with no one to turn to. I took a deep breath and watched as bird after bird returned to their nests near the creek to settle for the night. Then what? Romeo pushed. I was put into care after she passed. Luckily, it was with a nice family close to my home. They weren't very affectionate and were clearly in it for the money, but it was safe, and I suppose that's all you can ask for. I found life hard to cope with, and I distanced myself from everyone to avoid being hurt anymore. I was lonely but just kept going. Again, my studies kept me focused, and I knew it was my ticket to get away from that foster home and all the memories that haunted me back in my hometown. I just needed to leave. Romeo dropped a soft kiss onto my bare shoulder. When I was 17, I passed my exams early, got into university a year young, and I was offered an advanced place at Oxford. I got my degree and came here. I'll move somewhere else for my doctorate. Romeo released a sharp breath. So you run. I stiffened and tried to shuffle away, distancing myself from being called out on my life strategy. Romeo just held on to me tighter. Don't struggle. Answer the question. You have no idea what my life has been like. You don't get to judge. His voice dropped to a commandingly low octave. I'm not judging you. But you run from your problems, don't you? So what? I don't have a real home, no family. Why not? That may have been true before, but now you have people who care for you, truly care for you. I won't let you run away from me. Tears glossed my vision. Romeo's words were such a comfort, and I wanted so badly to believe him. I won't let you leave me, he reiterated sternly. Something within me broke and I cried for the first time in years, placing my head in my hands. Romeo stroked my hair, refusing to release me from the safety of his arms, because that's what he was, my safety, my peace. When all my tears had been shed, he asked, "Why did you run from Oxford to here?" I sighed in defeat, deciding to just be honest. Oliver wanted more from me. He stayed on to do his PhD and wanted to take things further. I didn't. He knew nothing about me. I never told him. After we slept together, I knew I couldn't do it anymore. I thought being intimate with him would help me get closer, that it would bring my walls crashing down. But all I felt was strangling disappointment. I thought I was unable to ever be close to another person again. In the end, I freaked. I ran. Simple. He woke up and I was gone. I haven't spoken to him since. Crickets chirped louder as darkness fell and the wide blanket of stars began to twinkle in the crystal-clear sky. That was until you. I'm close to you. I let you in. Maybe I'm not as damaged as I thought. I heard his loud swallow. You're not the only one who feels like split tin when times get rough, baby, but from now on, I won't let you run anywhere if I'm not right there. Running beside you. I swerved my head towards his lips and he gently brushed his mouth against mine. When we broke away, I cupped his cheeks and asked, "Tell me about you." Romeo's eyes iced over and he shrugged and looked away, there was only silent refusal from his stiff body. A cold breeze suddenly snapped in the night air and goose pimples swept up my bare arms and legs. Romeo noticed. We should go. I held him tighter. I don't want to leave yet. I want to know about you. He tilted his head in bewilderment. I don't want to split. Either. But it's gettin' late and you're gettin' cold. Come on, baby. Time to call it a night. Rome helped me to my feet and took my hand as we strolled back to the truck, no further comment on his past. Once we were in and coasting down the freeway, I noticed Romeo was deep in thought. I reached over and took his free hand. You okay? You seem miles away. He swallowed as though nervous. I'd never seen him look so out of sorts before. Yeah. I wasn't convinced. You sure? You don't look it. His fingers gripped mine as his eyes regarded me with uncertainty. Rome, what is it? I pressed. On a cough, he confessed, I never knew before tonight what it felt like to be wanted, just me for me. His words hit me harder than a granite boulder to the chest, and I almost cried for him. What do you want me for, mole? I'm tryin' to work it out. I scooted closer and kissed his hand wrapped in mine. I just want you. That's what I don't get. Why would you want me for? Just me? No one ever has before. I'm pissed 24/7. I'm possessive and not good with attachments, where's the attraction? Then I'm the first, because I want you without anything in return. Why does any human want anyone? My body recognizes you as something that's good for me. My mind recognizes you as someone who's right for me, and my soul recognizes you as someone who is meant for me. A bashful smile ghosted his lips and his tense shoulders relaxed. We're in fucking deep, aren't we, Shakespeare? He said in hushed tone, his body radiating a peaceful happiness. A feeling of contentment settled over us both. I think that's an understatement. Come here. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder, kissing me softly as the city lights dashed by. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rome dropped me off at the front door of the sorority house and I darted up the stairs, glad it was quiet and the door to the TV room was firmly shut. I took a long, hot shower and tipped my head back, letting the hard water pound at my hair and skin. I felt different. I couldn't describe how. Just changed on a molecular level. My hand drifted to my stomach as I remembered the feel of his hand within me, and I stifled a groan. He'd been so stern and strong, conducting the music of our movements, creating a symphony with our cries and moans. I'd never felt anything like it before. I stepped out of the cubicle before my legs gave way at the memory. I dried, changing into a purple nightdress, and settled into bed. Within minutes, the tapping began. I threw my covers back and ran to the balcony, looking down. Romeo gave me a wide smile and scaled the trellis, almost jumping into my arms, appreciatively smirking at my choice of nightwear. I got back to the frat house and I immediately wondered what you were doing. I decided to stop wonderin' and just come find out. You just want to stay again, don't you? You planning on making this a regular thing? Oh, you can count on that, baby. After today, I'm now entitled to certain privileges. Really, and what are they? You'll find out in due course, Shakespeare. Now move that fine ass, get into bed and into my arms. I moved into the room and coyly glanced over my shoulder. I don't remember Romeo being this pushy with Juliet. He arched his eyebrows meaningfully. And look at how that worked out for them. My way is better, less death, more orgasms. I tried to feign shock, but I couldn't help but laugh. You bed. Now. He pointed as he rid himself of his clothes, leaving only his black boxer briefs hanging low on his toned body. I was still chuckling following his instruction as he jumped behind me. I immediately swapped the giggle for low moans as his fingers ran straight underneath my nightdress and stroked against my core. Now about those privileges. Chapter 11. I woke, stretching my hands above my head, flexing the kinks out of my tight back. I reached out beside me for Romeo. Nothing. He was gone. Out of habit, I made a grab for my glasses off my bedside table, forgetting they were no longer needed. I sat up and frowned at Romeo's absence. He never left me without a goodbye. The bed sheets were cold and messy from where he'd slept, but resting on the pillow was a note. I snatched it in my hands and began to read. Had early morning practice. Didn't want to wake you, you looked so beautiful. You're Romeo X. I buried my head in the pillow, smiling, when a knock sounded at my door. I opened it to Ally, who had her arms crossed, a "don't mess with me" expression on her face, and an impressively raised eyebrow. She barged past me, shutting the door, and sat down on the edge of my unmade bed. So, wanna tell me why I saw Rome creepin' off your balcony this mornin'? Her voice was deceptively calm. I walked towards her, fiddling with my hands, and when I reached the bed, I dropped down beside her, staring unseeing at my white walls. He stayed the night with me. I assumed so. So how long has this been going on? What? Staying the night or seeing each other? She shook her head in surprise. Well, things have definitely progressed further than what I'd assumed. I guessed something was happening by the way he's always staring at you and you're always blushing back, and of course, the kisses. Is it serious? I nodded, chewing on my thumbnail in nerves. So are you officially together? Yes. She smiled widely, brown eyes bright, and nudged my shoulder. My cousin in an honest-to-God relationship. Never thought I'd ever see the day, but I'm so glad. Ally tapped my knee, then tilted her head, regarding me. Where's your glasses, darlin'? I tucked my hair behind my ear. I have contact lenses. Now. Her face lit up. Rome's doing? So Shelley can't rip on you again? Yeah. Well, I never. Rome showin' affection and compassion to a girl. She laughed in disbelief. I lowered my head in embarrassment. He's been very sweet to me. At my words, her eyes bugged out of their sockets. My cousin and the word sweet don't belong in the same sentence, but then, he's been totally different with you since day one. It freaked me out at first, but now I love it. You're good for him, girl. Ally stood and headed to the door, but just before she left, she turned to fix me with a serious expression. Malls, you have to understand that Rome can be quite a complex guy. He's had to put up with a lot from his folks over the years, and it has hit him real hard. You need to give him time and forgive him if he gets too pushy. I see. How he is around you, and I can tell that, to him, you're different. I think if you both keep going with this relationship, you're exactly the person who could break him altogether if things go wrong. Be patient with him. Care for him, treasure him. He deserves it. She left without another word. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day turned out to be a hot one, so for lunch, Cass, Lexi, Ally, Jimmy Don, and I decided to sit on the grass in the expansive grounds of the quad. It seemed like everyone else had that idea too. The place was packed. So Jimmy Don, tell me about yourself, I urged, as we lazed in a makeshift circle on the recently cut lawn. I loved the smell of cut grass. It reminded me of early summer mornings when I was young and I would wake to my father mowing our tiny patch of a garden. I smiled to myself. It was one of the few happy memories I had from my youth. Well, I'm a Texan from Houston and play offensive tackle for the Tide. I'm 21, and when I graduate with a degree in environmental sciences, I'll go back to Houston and work on my daddy's cattle ranch. You don't want to play football professionally too? Would love to, but I won't be drafted by the NFL, and that's okay. I'll get to go back home, get me some livestock, and hopefully this little filly will be around too, he said as he cuddled into Cass, kissing her cheek. Ally tapped my arm and when I looked up, Rome was heading our way dressed in jeans, brown boots, a red sleeveless t-shirt, and Ray-Ban mirrored aviator glasses. To his left was a tall, dark, heavily tattooed guy, dressed in black baggy clothes with chains hanging in large hoops from his studded belt, handsome if not a bit scary in his appearance. To his right, the polar opposite, an all-American boy with platinum blonde hair, blue eyes, tanned skin, completely preppy. I scoured around and watched as girls openly checked out Rome as he walked by. He could certainly catch a girl's eye. Hey, Bullet, Austin, Reese. What you doin' over here? With us? Jimmy Don asked as he looked up to Rome, slapping all the guys' hands one by one in greeting. Romeo fixed his eyes on me and smiled. Just seein' my girl. Everyone froze. Rome stepped around to me and sat down, pulling me across his lap, and moved in for a kiss, not just a peck, a kiss that told the world I was his. He owned me with that kiss and I submitted wholeheartedly. After thoroughly kissing me senseless, Romeo broke away, leaving his thumb to caress my bottom lip. How are you today, baby? I struggled to catch my breath. I'm good. Great. Actually. Well, I guess that answers my question of whether he likes you, Cass said, pulling me from my Romeo-induced haze. Yesterday at the cafeteria, I thought something wasn't quite addin' up. We all know Bullet don't do relationships, so I thought he was just being weirdly nice. But the contact lenses, Mal's going missing for hours, totally make sense now. Romeo brushed a kiss across my forehead and answered, this is different. We're together, a couple. Right, Shakespeare? He cracked a small smirk my way. I guessed keeping us quiet was no longer an option. According to my boyfriend, and he looked in no way repentant about his impromptu outing of our relationship. Yeah. We're together, I announced quietly. I shifted in his lap, sitting between his legs, and he wrapped his arms around my waist. I viewed our little group of friends who were all staring At the two of us, unsure if they were seeing things. Rome pointed to his friends one by one. Everyone, this is Austin and Reese. Austin Carrillo, first-string wide receiver, and Reese Todd, second-string QB, no need for introductions, guys. Tide players' reputations speak for themselves. Cass beamed, getting a little excited by the new additions to our group. Lexi, who'd been gawking at Austin, raised her pixie hand firmly in the air. Not that I'm unhappy, but when the hell did this happen and why haven't y'all said a damn word about it? She glared at me angrily. I grimaced at her pissed-off expression. Over the last couple of weeks, I just wanted to keep it quiet for a while. I can't believe y'all are together. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I just can't believe it. Molly, the timid, super brain, with the Tide's first-string QB. Stranger things have happened, I suppose. Well, believe it. She's all mine, includin' her big brain, Romeo stated proudly with a mirthful arch of his brows and a tap to my head, causing his teammates to shake their heads in shock at his odd behavior. Hells yeah. I think it's friggin' awesome, honey. Cass tooted. Thanks, Cass. Our little happy circle chatted for the better part of an hour, our friends growing accustomed to Rome and me as an honest-to-God couple. Rome and I attempted to block out the stares and jibes from the rest of the student body as we sat wrapped in each other's arms, Rome's threatening glares and reputation keeping most of the snide comments clearly out of our earshot. We'd successfully ignored the incessant murmurs from passers-by, at least we were succeeding, until a member of the basketball team walked by with his buddies, snickering at us together. Rome immediately tensed, bracing for confrontation. The tall, lanky, brown-haired basketballer stopped before us, a closed fist to his mouth, stopping his laughter. Fuck, Bullet, I don't believe my fucking eyes. You gave up all the pussy on campus for that? Tell me, does she at least suck your cock good? Before I'd even had a chance to feel offense at his slander, Romeo jumped to his feet and tackled the guy to the ground, our friends frantically rushing in his direction. Students hurried to where they were rolling on the ground, creating a loose circle around Romeo and the basketballer to watch the commotion up close. Jimmy Don, on seeing me launch to my feet, held tight onto my arm as I tried to run to Rome. Leave M to it, darlin'. Let him get it out of his system. I wrenched back my arm. No. I don't want him to fight. Stop him. I turned to Austin and Reese. Stop him. You wanna be with Rome, darlin', then get used to this. Jimmy Don gestured to the two of them scuffling. It happens all the time. I stared at Jimmy Don and Reese in astonishment. Austin had joined the growing crowd. He's your friend. Stop him before he gets hurt. Reese put his hand on my shoulder. Bullet won't be the one that's hurt, Molly. It's not like he hasn't fought before. And no offense, but I'm not getting near Bullet when he's like that. I like my head firmly on my shoulders, thanks. Ugh. Fine. I'll do it myself. I pushed through the circle and broke through to the front. Romeo was straddled above the basketball player, clearly untouched, holding the collar of the guy's shirt in his hand, pinning him to the ground. Don't you fucking dare talk about Mole like that again. You get me, asshole? The guy beneath him smiled, blood dripping from his lip and a burgeoning bruise forming on his cheek. He was enjoying goading Rome. The geek ain't shit to look at, but she clearly fucks. Good if she's tamed your ass. Does she? Does she fuck? Like a seasoned whore? Romeo growled menacingly under his breath as he turned a bright shade of red, his berserk rage taking hold. And he drew back his fist. The basketball player's friend tried to jump in to throw Rome off, but Austin dived forward, wrestling him back, wrapping his arms in a tight lock behind his back. At least one of his friends was trying to help him. As Rome's fist paused, suspended in the air, I grabbed hold of his wrist and his head snapped around to me, his dark eyes wild. The crowd cautiously stepped back. Romeo, don't, I pleaded. He tried to push me away. Get the fuck back, mole. Molly. What the hell? Cass was behind me, trying to yank me out of harm's way, Lexi and Ally standing close by with pleading expressions. I met Romeo's gaze again, shaking Cass's hand off my arm. Romeo, stop. Now. You're better than this. Yeah, Romeo, stop. Listen to your girl. I groaned at the stupidity of the guy on the floor. He obviously had a death wish. Gritting his teeth, Romeo leaned down to his ear, hissing, "You're lucky I don't cave your fucking skull in. But I won't do it in front of my girl." Romeo stood abruptly and wrapped me in his arms, his heartbeat pounding like a drum in his chest. I gripped onto his shirt with one hand, the other rubbing the tension from his back. I felt Rome turn and he shouted over my shoulder, "Fuck off, Michaels, and get out of my sight before I change my fucking mind and end you." Michael's buddies picked him up off the floor, dragging him away, the circle of spectators breaking up with disappointed faces. Now the show had come to an anticlimax. Rome kissed the top of my head, sighing. I should have beaten him good after what he said. I leaned back, gripping his throbbing biceps. No, you shouldn't have. What would have been the point? We both knew that you being in an official relationship was going to cause some talk. Yeah, but he's had it comin' for a long time, babe. He fucking deserves a good beat down. Why was he so hostile towards you in the first place? Romeo stilled and I tipped my chin to meet his apprehensive gaze. His worried expression caused me to frown. What? You what? I pushed as Romeo stared at me with an anxious expression, obviously debating whether or not to be honest. Just spit it out, Rome. I fucked his girl a few months back. My stomach curled and I stepped back out of his embrace. Now you're pissed at me. I'm totally kicking his ass. Now. He turned to run after a retreating Michaels. I kept a tight hold of his hand. Leave him. He regarded me warily. You're pissed, aren't you? I slammed my hands on my hips. Well, I'm not exactly doing backflips on hearing that you shagged his girlfriend. Am I? Romeo tilted his head in warning at my tone. I'll let that go since you're clearly annoyed, and I suppose justifiably. His dark mood caused me to smirk and I shook my head in exasperation. I used to find his attitude intimidating, now I found his stubborn moodiness amusing, and really kind of cute. Did you hear what he said about you? Rome continued, ignoring my amusement. Yes, but I don't care, never have cared what others thought of me. He dropped his head, trying in earnest to simmer down his temper. "Come on, sit down with me a while longer," I said, tugging on his hand. Romeo rubbed his hand down his face. "Mole. Let me just sort the fucker once and for all. It'll send a message to everyone else to leave us be. There's a lotta assholes who I've pissed off that'll enjoy raggin' on us bein' together." I shook my head curtly, showing him I didn't care. With a curl of his lip, he hooked his arm around my neck, dropping a kiss on my head. "Fuck, Mole, I'll be gettin' a new rep, Rome Prince, newest member of Pussy. Whipped are us." Our friends had returned to their usual spot on the grass. But Rome and I sat under a tree a few yards to their left, sheltered away from the attention of the rest of the students. We chatted about frivolous things and eventually Rome cooled his temper, holding me tightly in his arms. We stood to leave for philosophy class when a shadow cast over our relaxed place beneath the trees, like a storm ruining a bright and sunny day. Queen bitch Shelley herself had stopped by to offer her regards, towering above us all, with a face full of fury. "What the hell is this?" Rome groaned and pulled me closer into his protective embrace. "Ah, fuck off, Shell. I've had enough in dealin' with assholes for one day." "Are you seriously with her?" She looked at me as though she'd swallowed something nasty. "Yep, I seriously am." And he dropped his head and took my lips in a searing kiss to prove his point. I wrapped my hand around his neck to encourage him further. "You know he won't stay with you, don't you, darlin'?" She spat at me, causing Rome and me to break apart. "And why's that?" "Because Mama and Daddy Prince won't accept a money-grabbin' whore with their son, and they can be real persuasive. They want me and they'll get me, you can count on that." She smiled as though she had Romeo wrapped around her little finger. "Funny, a money-grabbing whore, that's exactly what Rome said about you," I replied. "You're nothing. A pure piece of shut your evil mouth, and get the fuck on before I do something I regret," Romeo warned with a no-nonsense tone. She laughed patronizingly. "I'll give it a month and then we'll see what your folks do. You'll be back in my arms in no time. Your mama's gonna flip. I'd never touch you again and wouldn't be with you if you were the last person on earth. You're a bitter, vindictive bitch. As for my folks, I'm quickly learnin' to not give a shit what they say anymore. I want Mole and she wants me. End of discussion. Nothin' you or my folks do will make a damn bit of difference to change that. Now, leave us the fuck alone." He twisted his body and addressed the rest of the teeming quad. "That applies to everyone, leave us the fuck alone or deal with me. The next person who interferes or even breathes wrong in our direction, I won't be so fucking lenient with." I sighed and closed my eyes. I abhorred violence. Shelley straightened her hair and, seeing hundreds of eyes staring nervously at our display, stormed away. I watched as she pulled out her pink-covered iPhone. It didn't take a genius to guess who she was calling. Romeo bent his head to my ear. "Don't listen to her. Okay? What she said, they're just words, don't mistake them for truth." I moved to sit on the other side of the tree, slumping dejectedly to the ground. I couldn't shake my unease at what Shelley had said and hated, only hours after announcing we were together, the amount of trouble we'd had thrust our way. I couldn't help but wonder if Romeo's parents would think I was with him for his money. Would they try to make him leave me for Shelley? Romeo quietly crouched before me and pressed his forehead against mine, his hands lying lightly on my shoulders. You've gone all quiet on me, Shakespeare. I don't like it. I forced a smile. I'm good, baby. Don't worry. My friends headed over to us, anxiously watching us both, clearly checking we were okay. I smiled in assurance that all was well. Romeo eyed me skeptically one last time before announcing, I'm gonna take you out on Saturday after the game. A real date. No more hidin'. 'Bout time I show all of Tuscaloosa you're mine. Our friends smiled in delight at his obvious affection towards me, but I shook my head. What? Rome said as he tensed his shoulders. He thought I was rejecting him. I put my hand on his arm and squeezed gently. I've already agreed to go dancing with this lot, babe. I gestured to the group. I watched his shoulders relax. Then I'll take you dancin' with your friends. We'll all go, he asserted, ending the conversation once and for all. Okay, it'll be fun, I said somewhat calmer, but I quickly lost my smile. Oh, I'm still 20, though. They won't let me in, will they? Jimmy Don tipped his hat. Get me a photo by tonight. And I'll get you a fake ID, okay, sugar bean? I know some people round these parts. Okay, sure. Rome took my hand, pulling me to stand, and threaded my fingers through his. It'll be all good. By the way, d'you know how to two-step? No. I replied, not even knowing what the heck a two-step was. Laughter broke out around me, and Cass sang, Saturday is gonna be so much friggin' fun. Chapter 12. What about this one? It has tassels on the nipples, for God's sake. Cass shrugged, putting back the ridiculous black lace. All in one on the rack and moved to the next line of lingerie. What about this, then? I looked over to my good Texan friend and gaped, ally. And Lexi breaking into fits of giggles behind me. Crotchless knickers? Geez, Cass. I want to look pretty. Not like a hooker. She slammed the panties back on the shelf, muttering under her breath. I have these in hot pink and neon green. And I'm no friggin' hooker. Jimmy Don loves them, easy access, anytime, anywhere. They're just practical. I slumped down on the plush red velvet seat in the opulently decorated lingerie shop and threw my head in my hands. Lexi sat beside me and bumped me with her shoulder. You doing okay, Malls? Slipping my hands down my face, I turned to look at her. What's wrong with my normal underwear? I'm sure when I finally sleep with Romeo, he won't exactly care what I'm wearing beforehand. Probably. But treat yourself anyways, girl. Just get something you feel comfortable in. Maybe a night robe or something for afterwards? She smiled, eyes bright. You wanna feel sexy, don't you? I sighed. Yes, of course. What about this, darlin'? Ally held out a mid-length black silk robe for me to see. It has a matching chemise, too. It's sexy without being, well, she signaled to Cass, who was pressing a braless basque to her chest, nodding her head in approval. Well, frankly, pornographic. I stood and Ally lifted the item for me to inspect. It was beautiful, soft, subtle, and if I was going to get something a little bit sexy, this would work nicely. I nodded and smiled. I like it. I'll get it. These two, Lexi said as she handed me 3 sets of matching black underwear, 1 lace, 1 silk, and 1 satin. I took the items and headed to the till. Cass walked by me, jumping in my place, waving pink fluffy handcuffs, a large bottle of lube, and a tube of edible chocolate paint in the air. I'm getting these. Unlike Sandra fucking D here, I like my sex wild and untamed. 10 minutes later, we were all weighed down with our new purchases, giggling and having a great time strolling down the street, when Cass stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, causing me to smack right into her back. She whipped to face me suddenly, looking panicked. Hey, I need to go back this way. I forgot something. What, girl? What did you forget? Lexi moaned. Weed. Plan to go for food. Cass's eyes widened in alarm. I need, she snapped her fingers in triumph. Condoms. I need to go to the pharmacy to pick up condoms. Need them to go with this lot. She lifted her handcuffs and paint, followed by the wiping of her brow. Jimmy Don and I ran out last night. It was a friggin' good time. I looked from Lexi to Ally, who were also gawking at Cass in confusion. As I turned back to Cass, she was jerking her head back repeatedly, glaring at Ally, urging her to see something over her shoulder. I snapped back to Ally, who was frozen on the spot, chewing on her lip. Cass linked my arm, a huge fake smile on her face. Let's go. Y'all know how much I like my daily screws. Safety first, folks. I snatched back my hand and dropped my shopping bags to the floor. What the hell is wrong with you? Ally and Cass tried to act confounded by my question. Lexi was gaping over my shoulder with a dismayed expression. Ally nudged her and Lexi faced me, plastering a huge grin on her face. Something wasn't adding up. I went to turn when Cass clamped her hand around my arm. Molly. What? I screamed in frustration. Cass's round face softened at my outburst. Let's go home. Please, just, let's go. Nervous flutters accosted my stomach. My friends were hiding something I needed to see. I slowly turned around, my heart shattering when I finally saw what had them all flustered. Romeo was sitting in a fancy restaurant on the luxurious outdoor terrace with Shelley and 2 other women. All the air disappeared from my lungs in one swift whoosh. Ally's hand wrapped around my shoulder, squeezing in support. Molly, the blonde-haired woman, is Romeo's mama and the redhead is Shelley's, Mrs. Blair. They're both a real pair of bitchy old crows. I nodded slowly, taking in the scene. Shelley sat next to Rome, right next to Rome, her arm pressing against his, and her hand laid on his chest. The 2 older women smiled in delight at the 2 as they sipped on their wine, while I fought back reactionary nausea. He's been lying to me, I said as devastation seized complete control of my senses. Let's just go. Talk to him later, Cass urged once. Again. No. I want to watch. I want to make sure I have this whole situation right. Why, Molly? Don't do this to yourself. Lexi stood before me, trying to block my line of sight. I moved her gently aside. Because I want to remember how this feels, just in case I stupidly let anyone in again. Ally narrowed her eyes. I don't believe it's what it looks like. He wouldn't cheat on you, Malls. Especially with her. You're all he wants. Obviously not. We all stood frozen in place, watching the story play out as if it were the latest blockbuster release. Shelley leaned in and kissed Romeo's cheek in response to something he just said. Apparently, it was very funny if her playful antics were any indication. Cass folded her large arms over her equally large chest. Shelley's all over him, but he's not paying a bit of attention to her. In fact, he looks freaking miserable. Maybe Ally's right? He did look uncomfortable, annoyed even, but at that moment, all I saw was a pulsing red haze bordering my vision and a neon gun range target sign smack in the middle of Shelley's head. I turned to walk away as tears pricked my eyes. I'm going home. I can't see this. Two things happened at once. Cass and Lexi stood before me, blocking my path like bodyguards, and Ally set off into a steady run as she crossed the road, heading directly towards the restaurant. What's she doing? I exclaimed shrilly, my heart beating double time the closer she got in her approach. Mrs. Prince noticed Ally first as she stood on the sidewalk on the other side of their table, arms crossed and foot tapping. Mrs. Prince looked utterly disgusted as she too folded her arms in blatant dismissal of her niece. I couldn't hear what was being said, but the lurch in everyone's attention towards my location alerted me to the fact that Ally had revealed my presence. The expressions were varied. Mrs. Prince clenched her eyes in a harsh glare as she zeroed in on me. Mrs. Blair simply looked bemused. Shelley lunged for Romeo's arm with a smug grin on her overtly scarlet lips, and Romeo paled, aggressively throwing off Shelley's arm and leaping off his chair. Our gazes locked. I couldn't seem to look away, and Romeo began barking questions at Ally. His face contorted and his head fell into his hands. He looked broken, but I wouldn't go to him. He could go to hell for all I cared right now. Cass, I'm going to hail a cab. Cass and Lexi sighed and Cass kicked the closest brick wall, scuffing her black boots before placing her hands on my shoulders. Okay, honey. Do what you gotta do. We'll see you when we get home. We'd better wait for Ally, and I'm guessing you want to be on your own? I nodded, picked up my shopping bags, and set off to flag down a cab. Molly. Romeo's taut voice nailed my cowboy boots to the spot. I cast a subtle glance back, and Romeo, in his dark, tight t-shirt and jeans, stared at me in panic from his position in the restaurant, his body pressed right up against the white picket fence. Mrs. Prince laughed menacingly, leaning up to whisper in Romeo's ear. He blanched and dropped his shoulders in defeat. I witnessed, firsthand, the power his mother wielded over her son. Just like his father's attack all those weeks ago, they were controlling their Romeo puppet with their manipulative strings. Rome's jaw clenched and Mrs. Prince wiggled her fingers in a snotty wave in my direction behind his back. She was only missing the obligatory cackle. Ally threw her hands up in the air in frustration, and I took that as my signal to leave and ran for a taxi. I jogged down the road, holding out my hand to an approaching cab, and I thanked God that it began to slow Down. Rome, don't you dare. Mrs. Prince's authoritative voice screamed, and I heard tires screeching and horns blaring from behind me. Before the cab had drawn to a stop, I opened the back door and dived in. The alarmed driver frowned at me in the mirror. Where to? University Row. He signaled to pull away. I leaned back in the seat, closing my eyes, when fists suddenly pounded on the window. Molly, baby, listen. Romeo was at the door, running alongside the cab, frantically pulling on the locked handle and slapping the roof. I turned my head away from his worried face, squeezing my eyes shut. Baby, I can explain. Fuck, mole, stop. I folded my arms across my stomach, anger causing me to shake. The driver turned towards me with a highly confused face. You need me to stop? I sighed as Romeo disappeared from sight and clutched the seatbelt tightly. No, I need you to take me home. I need you to take me away from that guy, as fast as you possibly can. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As I entered my room, my new clothes scattered on the floor, the result of me throwing down the bags in rage, and I flopped on my bed. So this is what it feels like to have your heart broken. This is what it feels like to feel. It had been so long since I'd embraced my emotions that I couldn't actually remember. My phone rang again. It had been ringing non-stop. I knew it was Rome. He was probably racing here now to explain how he lied about going to the gym this afternoon and instead took his arranged fiancée out for lunch as she pawed gleefully at his chest, much to the delight of his dictatorial mother and her right-hand henchwoman. I couldn't fathom how he could even let her do that. After everything he'd said about Shelley. I stared at my white gauze curtains rippling in the breeze and sat bolt upright. He would try to climb up my balcony. I scooted off my bed and locked my doors. I always left them open for him, but not tonight. He could just bugger off. I returned to bed and closed my eyes. 20 minutes later, I heard the rustling of the trellis. 10 seconds after that, heavy footsteps on my tiled floor. And 5 seconds after that, the balcony doors rattled, denying Romeo his entry. Mole. Open the fuck up. I know you're in there. I covered my head with the pillow as the assault on the 7-foot wooden doors continued, until abruptly, it stopped. I sat up slowly, crawling to the bottom of my bed to peek out of the doors. No movement, nothing. I moved back to the pillows and reburied my head. What the hell? You can't just come in here. Wait. Move. Molly. Molly. Watch out. My bedroom door smashed open with a loud crack as Rome powered through. Kate, my sorority sister, ran behind, panting, her mousy brown hair swinging in her face. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't leave. Do you want me to call security? I stared at Rome, a ferocious expression across his features. Don't even think it, he threatened, a staccato on each word. I turned to Kate and shook my head. Kate edged in closer, eyeing Rome. You're sure? I sighed. Yes. Thanks, Kate. She curled her lip in disgust at Romeo. She wasn't a fan of the opposite sex. Holler if you need me. And she shut the door. Romeo twisted the lock, trapping me inside. Just leave, Romeo. I have nothing to say to you. He stormed towards the bed and spread his hands on the mattress beside me. Well, I have something to say to you. What? That you've been lying and cheating all this time, and that when you say you're training in the gym, what you really mean is that you're meeting up with Mommy Dearest and that tart? He bolted upright, fists tight. That's not what fucking happened at all. Whatever. I don't care. Leave. I lay back down, staring unseeing at the white wall. Hands gripped my upper arms and Romeo jostled me to his chest, our noses almost touching. My mama asked me to meet her today. Some kid's charity she's on the board of asked for a sign-tied jersey for an auction. I went to drop it off, and when I got there, Shelley and Mrs. Blair were waitin' with her at the restaurant. I swallowed as he released me, kneeling on the mattress, and he dropped to his knees, gripping tightly to my thighs with his hands. They fucking bombarded me. Shelley'd told them about you and they started going off about how irresponsible I was and all that shit. My mama laid into me and told me that if I didn't break it off, she'd make damn sure she did. I can't let that happen to you. He glanced up at me briefly before focusing on the floor. My folks, look, baby. They treat me real bad, not going into it, but they do, and I'm their fucking son. I couldn't let her upset you in the same way, so I made up some bullshit about you being just a fling, a friend. Shelley's too stupid to even realize I was lying. I stayed for the lunch to appease my mama. No way will anything happen to you. They'd have to get through me first. His mother had planned all this crap. Planned to ambush him and persuade him to call us off. Hordes of questions almost spilled from my lips. Why do they treat him so badly? What have they done to him throughout the years? But I kept quiet. He was pulsing with anger and I didn't have the heart to push him any further. Why did you lie and say you were going to the gym? Why not just be honest with me? He spoke through gritted teeth. I was honest, I swear. She called when I was finishing up. The plan was to just drop off the jersey and leave. But Shelley was touching you. She kissed you and you let her. How could you do that? Rome threw his head back on a groan. Because I don't want my parents to come after you. I had to play along, to protect you. You don't understand what they're like. Powerhouses, mole, round here they're fucking powerhouses. Shifting closer, Romeo gently took my face in his hands. God, baby. I would never do anything to lose you. Believe me when I say that I sat there and endured their schemin' hell to protect you. Fuck Shelley, I can't stand the bitch. He stood and paced before me, sincerity dripping from every action. Don't matter now, of course. I frowned. Why's that? He stopped and exhaled a humorless laugh. Because I told Mama to shove her Blair/Prince marriage merger bullshit when I came gunnin' after you. A flicker of hope fluttered in my chest. You did? He stalked closer, climbing on the bed, forcing me on my back. Told her that I ain't ever marrying Shelley, 'cause I'm with you. That I'm done with their shit. 'Cause I'm with you. Plus, I ran down the street after your cab, screamin' and bangin' on the paintwork. I'm sure that hammered home my point. Reaching out, I clutched his hair and brought him towards my lips, only breaking the contact to say, "You need to tell me if you're going through stuff with your parents. Tell me so I can't doubt you. It's hard for me to trust, but I'm learning to trust you. Please, confide in me." Rome brushed his stubbled chin along my throat, inhaling my scent. "Baby, you're safe with me, and I would have told you everything that happened when I got home. I didn't expect to see you. God, it almost destroyed me when I saw your reaction from across the road, and then you ran, after you promised you'd never run from." His hips tilted and his hard groin pressed between my legs. I had to bite my tongue to stop from moaning out loud, "I do trust you. It just looked bad. She kissed you. I didn't like it. I needed to get away." Rome continued grinding against me, my eyes rolling back in pleasure. "I'll never cheat on you, Shakespeare. You're too damn important to me for that. I told you I'd never fuck around on you, and I don't like to be doubted." Nervous excitement surged within me at his usual brusque tone. "Okay." I twisted the sheet in my fists as his hardness pressed against me with more pressure, and I felt that delicious feeling build at the bottom of my spine. I stared down into Rome's eyes and they brightened. "Romeo," I murmured as he moved and began shifting to the foot of my bed. "What?" "Shoo." Romeo's hands drifted up my bare thighs and under my dress. My breath caught in my throat when two fingers grasped the edge of my panties and slowly pulled them down. My head pressed into the pillow as Romeo discarded my underwear to the floor and set to lifting up my dress to my hips. I made sure my tattoo was well covered. "I'm gonna taste you, baby. You're gonna come in my mouth." "Ah. God," I whispered, only to suddenly lift my back off the mattress on a moan when Romeo's mouth latched onto me. "I only want you, mole. You get me?" he said as his tongue built up speed. "Yes. I get you." I screamed, unable to focus, mouth lax. "Fuck, you're so beautiful." He didn't let up until I exploded, panting feverishly as I held on tight to his dirty blonde hair, only pushing him away when his actions became too much for me to take. Romeo shifted to his knees, straightening my dress, drinking me in, spread on my back, and crawled beside me, wrapping me tightly in his arms. I knew he was relieved that he'd taken back some control by the calm that had settled upon his flushed face. Once I'd caught my breath, I turned and ran the back of my hand across his cheek. "God, Rome. You've got me so confused. I never know whether I'm coming or going with you." "Always comin', I hope," he said slyly, pursing his lips. I punched him in the ribs and watched his smile slowly fade away. "I'm not sure if you get the significance of what I did today in comin' after you, in leavin' my mama like that." I didn't, but I understood by his shaken demeanor that it was huge. Romeo gripped the sides of my dress, pain evident in his large eyes. I smoothed his hair from his face. "What is it, baby?" He swallowed and glanced out of my balcony doors, before fixing his attention back on me, whispering a heartbreaking, "Don't ever leave me." I felt my heart miss a beat in response to his desperate plea. "Hey, what's all this?" Romeo pressed his forehead to the warmth of my stomach, wrapping his arms tightly around my waist. I Just can't believe I've got you in my life. You make everything better and I don't want to lose you. I ran my fingers through his hair, concerned at his strange behavior. I won't leave you. You almost did today. You told me to leave you. It was a misunderstanding. I swallowed nervously. Truthfully, Rome, how much trouble are your parents going to cause us? I shuddered as I remembered his mother's disgusted face and catty wave my way. Even from today, I could tell. She wasn't going to let our relationship drop, and Romeo's erratic emotions were playing heavily on my mind. Don't know. Not gonna let you near them to risk. Finned in, out. I'm gonna protect what we have no matter what. I explained to your friends what happened. They understood, but Cass punched me in the stomach and called me a stupid shithead for hadn't you. Jimmy Don has his hands full with that one. She's one scary gal. I giggled and guided his mouth off my stomach and to my lips before laying my head next to his on the soft pillow. What did your mama whisper in your ear when you saw me? You went white. Rome immediately crashed his mouth to mine and spoke against my lips. Shut up, Shakespeare. I'm done talkin'. And need to show you again how sorry I am for Hutton. You. The master of deflection struck again. Chapter 13. Saturday arrived, and when I opened my eyes, lying in place of Romeo on his pillow was a lady's red crimson tied jersey, number 7 on the back with the name Prince above it in large white lettering. I ran my hands over the writing and flipped it to the front. His number was there again, and in the upper left-hand corner was a 4-leaf clover stitched into the material. A note was pinned to the collar. My jersey for my girl to wear at the game. Sit with Ally and I'll come to collect my good luck sweet kiss. Your Romeo X. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The stadium was packed. It was an expansive sea of red and white shirts. Groups of students had painted their chests red with ROLLTIDE white lettering branding. Their skin. On the away team side, navy and white shirts dominated the stands. Cass, Ally, and I grabbed a Coke and snacks from the indoor vendors and set off walking to our seats. As soon as we passed the full stands, people began cheering, and when the three of us looked to the screen in confusion, there I was, being followed by the camera, with digital 4-leaf clovers scattered around my face, creating a border. I stumbled at the sight and Cass and Ally screamed. Oh my God, Molly, you're famous. Cass trilled in awe as she waved to the camera and blew a kiss. She was in her typical Stetson and jeans, wearing Jimmy Don's jersey, and she lapped up all the attention. I scurried to the seats, covering my face with my big gulp, completely humiliated and chanting under my breath. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I tried to ignore the catcalls and whistles directed my way. Ally and Cass sat on either side of me, laughing and clapping along with everyone else. I was just thankful that I decided to apply more makeup than usual and had assured that my mass of brown hair was at least in a stylishly messy chignon. After a few minutes of tortuous fan-focused hell, which also included the cheer team facing me and waving their pom-poms, except for Shelley, who scowled and refused to acknowledge me, the introductions of the starting team began on the big screen. Cass hooped and hollered and dragged me to my feet to dance along to the music pumping through the sound system. When a segment showcasing Romeo's highlights played to Planet Perfecto's Bullet In the Gun, I couldn't help but jump up and giggle along. With my crazy Texan friend as the pre-game infectious atmosphere took hold. The music changed as the starting lineup's pictures traveled across the big screen. Romeo's picture was last, and his stats came up accompanied by the deafening roar of the crowd. The announcer took to the microphone as the cheerleaders rushed along the band's spirit line from the tunnel to the field. Alabama, get to your feet for your Crimson Tide DE. The team exploded out onto the pitch and the stadium almost lifted from its foundations with energy. Austin and Jimmy Don led the team, pumping their hands to get the crowd going. I looked frantically for Romeo, and at the very back, slightly behind everyone else, he ran out, waving his helmet in his hands, the camera following his every move. As he reached the pitch, it seemed like every single supporter began to chant, "Kiss, kiss, kiss, kiss," over and over until I was sure it could be heard in the next state. Over. Ally grabbed my hand as Romeo's amused face dominated the north and south jumbotrons, and with a salute of his hand, he turned towards the direction of our seats and broke into an easy jog. When he got to the end of the field, our gazes met, and he crooked his finger for me to go to him. The crowd only seemed to increase in volume at his playfully cocky action. My feet planted to the ground, fear seizing me on the spot. I knew my eyes were as wide as saucers as they darted around the roaring crowd. I felt a hand on my back and Cass pushed me forward, forcing me to move. "Go on, girl. Don't keep him waiting. In front of all these folks." I threw her a dirty look over my shoulder and she waved her hand in dismissal. I faced the field once more. And Romeo stood only meters away with a hungry expression and his hands on his hips, waiting to see what I would do. "You can do this, you can do this," I repeated in a quiet chant as my boots propelled me forward. When I reached the edge of the field, Romeo grabbed my hand and launched me forward into his chest, his other taped-up hand cradling the back of my head. The crowd lost control. He pressed his forehead to mine, leaving me no other choice than to focus solely on him, letting the deafening stadium noise fade into the background. "Hey, mole. Hey, you. You gonna give up that lucky sweet kiss? If that's what you want." His nostrils flared. "It most definitely is." He tipped my head and pressed his mouth to mine, passionate and all-consuming, before pulling back, winking, and taking to the field, leaving me stood like a mindless, love-drunk dunce. For a moment, I didn't think I could walk, but I turned. And, without lifting my head to face the screams, practically ran back to my seat. Ally and Cass were laughing at my embarrassment, and we stayed on our feet. As the game kicked off, Rome was having an unbelievable game. At least, it looked as though he was, and by Ally's and Cass's nudges and high fives, I was pretty sure I was right. By halftime, they were leading by 12 and everyone was confident it was going to be a convincing win. I was sitting back in my seat, just enjoying the electric atmosphere, when I caught Ally staring at me. "What?" She tilted her head in assessment. It caused me to fidget. "You know, in all this time, I've never seen your hair down. Is it long?" "Yeah, probably to nearly the bottom of my back." "Why?" Her eyes sparkled with scheming. "We're going straight home after the game." "Okay." You, Miss Molly, are gonna look hot tonight, she enthused. I don't think I could ever be classed as hot, Ally. I was pretty sure she'd had too much sun. That's because you've never been shown how. I'm gonna fix that tonight. We're about the same size in clothes, so you can wear one of my dresses. One that's gonna have Rome all freaked out. Go for it, Malls. Why not have Bullet panting to fuck? You're fine ass. Cass added, doing her best to be encouraging. Tipping my head back, I groaned loudly. Not a bloody chance. What do you think this is, some flippin', cheesy teen movie or something? Anger showed in Ally's brown eyes. My makeover skills are unrivaled. You're doing it. I stared at Ally's face and bowed my head. Ah, sod it. I'm actually pretty intrigued to see what you manage with all this, I said, gesturing to my mountain of hair. She dropped her frown and danced on her seat. Doubt me if you will, but Rome will go crazy when he sees you. We'll tell him to meet us at 9 and not a minute before. Whatever you say. Just don't make me regret this. The game kicked off for the second half and in the end, they won. Rome did his usual interviews after the match. And Austin was given MVP, which had Lexi flipping about the place in sheer joy. I stood at my seat, waiting for the crowds to come before telling him we were heading home. With a slap on the back to his teammates, Rome came running over and when he reached me, he picked me up and swung me around, causing the men to jeer and the women to, ah. I wrapped my arms around his neck and whispered, "Well done, baby. I'm so proud of you." "Thank you," he croaked with a raspy voice full with emotion, and he brushed a feather-light kiss on my lips. When he lowered me to the floor, Ally came over and hugged him in congratulations. Rome took my hand. "Stay here, okay? I'll be back soon, and I'll take you out for dinner before we head to the club." "No can do. I'm taking her home to get ready now," informed Ally with a saccharine smile. The look Romeo shot her should have had her recoiling in fear, but she simply smacked his arm and said, "Don't bother pulling that shit on me, Rome. You can be without her for a few hours." His eyes narrowed menacingly. "I don't want to be. I'm taking her out, end of discussion." I put my hands on his face. "Go eat with the guys and come to our house at 9. Please, for me." "Fine. For you. But I'll be there at 9 on the dot and you'd better be ready," he growled and branded me with a fiery kiss before smacking me on the arse, a bit harder than was deemed playful, and walked back to the field in a dark, sullen mood. I sighed. Great, now he's pissed off with me. Ally shrugged. He'll get over it. You'd better be right. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What do you think? Ally asked as she uncovered my eyes in front of the full-length mirror. Fuck me. I whispered as I stared at the girl in the reflection, catching the girls giggling in the background. Looking like that, Malls, I may just do that. Cass joked, flicking her tongue out suggestively. Told you I was good, Ally said smugly. That you did, I replied, still struck by the sight. Ally had certainly delivered. I didn't even recognize the girl looking back at me. She had long, smooth hair, straight at the top and loose barrel curls at the ends. Slices of caramel lifted the espresso color, giving it a sun-kissed feel, and her skin was brightened by a bronze shimmer. Smoky eyes made her golden brown eyes striking, and her hourglass figure was flattered by the short-fitted, bodycon black dress, strapless with a structured sweetheart neckline with high black cowboy boots finishing off the look. My staring in the mirror was interrupted by a fervent knock at the door, and Kate entered the room. "Hey ally. Rome and the guys are waiting for you downstairs." Kate blinked in surprise. "Molly. I almost didn't recognize you. You look drop-dead gorgeous, honey." "Thanks, Kate," I replied with a deep blush. We headed down the stairs, and I saw Romeo at the bottom, dressed in a red plaid shirt, folded at the sleeves, and low dark jeans. He looked so bloody gorgeous. Austen, who was in his usual all black, saw us first. I watched as his eyes widened on realization that the girl at the back was me. Rome was sharing a joke with Jimmy Don as he casually leaned against the door, and Reese began tapping at his arm. Romeo swung his head to him, scowling in annoyance, but Reese ignored his stern stare and pointed wordlessly my way. As Rome looked up, I almost laughed at his reaction. He jumped from leaning against the wall and pushed through to the bottom of the stairs. As I walked down each step, I grew in confidence, and if the overawed expression on Romeo's face was any indication, I'd say that ally's plan had worked. When I got to the bottom step, we were almost the same height. My thumbnail was gripped between my teeth as I squirmed under everyone's silent attention. Stealthily, Romeo's hands reached forward, grasping my backside, and he jerked me to his hard body. Sparks of desire flew from his hot brown eyes. I knew in that instant that tonight would be a test to our control. My insides griped almost painfully in sexual lust. A ravishing heat had taken over my body. And by the feel of Romeo's rough, wandering hands and his jeans against my pelvis, he was fighting to keep his composure too. Romeo leaned in and pressed his smooth lips against mine. I played with the wisps of hair at the back of his neck, and he whispered, "Fuck, mole. You're tryin' my restraint lookin' this beautiful. How the hell am I meant to get through the night? I'll be fightin' off the guys with a stick. They're gonna get in trouble if they even look at you for a second. I only want you, baby. You know that," I assured and watched as a wave of tranquility flashed across his face. I reached around, lacing his hand in mine. "Let's go. I'm excited for you to teach me how to two-step." He guffawed as he wrapped his arm around my neck. "Fuck two-steppin'. I want you pressed right against me. Slow dancin' all night long."